2.9%. Silver, by the way, down 3.9%, $46.74 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude, $61.73 a barrel. Bitcoin right now up 1.9%, 115,427 on Bitcoin. As the government shutdown drags on in the U.S., now nearing the 1-month mark, Simona Makura, the chief economist at State Street Global Advisors, says she is seeing little impact on the broader economy.
Of course, there's a huge frustration around the lack of data releases that we are, trying to keep tabs on how impactful is this, what's going on with unemployment claims, what's going on with this, with that. And you kind of operate a little bit in the dark, which you don't like, but you can do that for a while. And so far, we are still in that wild period.
Simona Makura, chief economist at State Street Global Advisors. By the way, you can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Let's make a deal in the banking industry. Huntington Bank Shares is buying Cadence Bank for $7.4 billion. The Ohio Bank's second major acquisition this year. Huntington down 3.6%. Cadence up 3.5%. An American Waterworks has agreed to buy Essential Utilities in an all-stock deal valued at about $12 billion. American Waterworks down now by 1.2%. So again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 66, up by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Here he is, David Gura.
Charlie, thank you very much. David Gura in for Joe Matthew and Kayleigh Lyons on this Monday. And it's a truism, never too early to start talking about the next election, even though the midterms are, a year away. Presidential election is until 2028. It's the subject of conversation among many in this town and was the subject of conversation on Air Force One as the president made his way from Malaysia to Tokyo yesterday. The president weighing in on who could be in the running in 2028, what candidates might there be, including himself. Let's take a listen.
The vice president is great. I think Marco's great. I think, I'm not sure if anybody would run against us. I think if they ever formed a group, it would be unstoppable. I really do. I believe that. I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. Am I not ruling it out? You'll have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't.
We'll get to the we have a great group of people, which they don't comment here in just a moment. But let me bring in our panel here on this Monday. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center and Bloomberg Politics contributor, and Mara Gillespie, BlueStack Strategies founder and Republican strategist, both with me here on this Monday. Mara, let me start with you and the suggestion that he could find a way to do this. This continues to be something that kind of swirls around in the atmosphere. I saw that Steve Bannon was interviewed by The Economist on a podcast last week, and Steve Bannon brought this up once again. What do you make of the president continuing to return to this theme?
I think a lot of it comes down to Trump just likes to be part of the conversation. He doesn't want to feel, again, like he's a lame duck president and that he's not being included. But unfortunately, it's misleading to his voters to think that he could possibly do this. It is not within the Constitution, and he knows that. I hope he knows that. But I hope his voters and his supporters know that he can't run again. And so I was glad that he at least started to talk about other potential candidates that would be in the 28 race, but the fact that he's bringing himself up, in that clip that you just played, it didn't sound like he was even remotely joking, wants to consider it, but he needs to remember that it's not an option, and his supporters need to remember it's not an option.
Jeannie, let me turn to you on what Maura just mentioned, that being we had the president invoke his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, here, his vice president as well. What did you make of those two names that the president listed there on Air Force One?
Yeah, I mean, they are certainly both in the running. There are other people as well, and the president has been careful, as he should be, not to look at either one of them or anybody else as his successor. But, I think the fact is Donald Trump has been toying with the idea of a third term for a long time. It wasn't that long ago, David, that he put together that mock Time magazine cover with his campaigns from 24, 28, 32, and beyond. He's often joked privately about being president for life. You mentioned Steve Bannon, who actually told The Economist that there was a plan in place and suggested that it would be a legal reading of the 22nd Amendment. And certainly constitutional scholars have something to say about that. But I think we are only at the very beginning of what is going to be a lot of talk as we move, especially beyond 26. What happens next in the GOP? And I think Donald Trump's name is going to continue to be in the offing. I was thinking about the fact that when he had Schumer and Jeffries visit not that long ago, he had 2 hats on his desk with 28 on them.
Sending a signal to be sure there. Let me ask you about that second comment at the end of that quote from President Trump, that being the Democrats don't have any people on their side. Ginny, I'll start with you here. We had a lot of news on this front over the weekend as well. Kamala Harris, the former vice president and Democratic candidate who is out talking about her memoir, mentioning that she's not done yet. She's not done with politics yet. And then you had Gavin Newsom, the governor of the state of California, all over the place, on television, on the cover of Bloomberg Business Week magazine, of course, and indicating that the 2026 midterms are going to be a marker for him. He's going to think about his prospects, his presidential prospects, after that election takes place. How do you look at the Democratic bench at this point, and just focusing on those 2 candidates, how viable do you think they'll be as we kind of move ahead here towards 2028?
Yeah, it is a very impressive bench. I mean, you mentioned Harris and Gavin Newsom. They are, of course, at the top of anyone's list, but it goes much deeper than that. You can look at the governor of Pennsylvania. You can look at the governor of Michigan. You can look at people who ran in the past, like Cory Booker, whose name made quite a name for himself in the Senate. So there is a very rich bench there. And I think that, you know, Gavin Newsom, 8 days from now, has a big test on his hands with this initiative to redistrict in California. Looks like he will win that. And I think after that, he is going to try to set himself up more than he already has to be in the offing. And of course, Harris is going to be right there with him, 2 people from California.
Maura, let me get your perspective on that. 2 people from California, something that's been a bit of a worry, I think, to Democrats in years past. How do you look at the state of the Democratic bench as you think about who they might run in 2028 and who might be viable?
I think Democrats are still confused about who they are and who is really in charge of the Democratic Party. With the New York mayoral race coming up, you know, with Mamdani playing such a pivotal role as far as really shaking things up for Democrats, so much so that, you know, you still have Chuck Schumer, who hasn't endorsed. You have Kathy Hochul, who got booed over the weekend, and then she hasn't gotten the endorsement from Mamdani. So I just think that there is a lot of hesitation going on, and it doesn't create a clear path for them about what 28 looks like. And so that's why you have some of these names putting their toe in, putting, you know, kind of feelers out there to see. But I think from my perspective, it looks like it's too soon to tell for Democrats about what the path is for them moving forward. And that's probably why Trump feels so emboldened to say these things and to feel as though he has a deep bench, because the Dems in his mind, and a lot of Republicans' minds, seem to be in a bit of disarray, with especially with, you know, the AOC, the Bernie Sanders, and the Mamdani little trio effect.
Maura, you've teed me up perfectly. Thank you for the segue here. We have the
so
3
welcome.
major party candidates in New York. In the final days of campaigning here ahead of Election Day, the polls are open for early voting in New York. And as you mentioned, over the course of the weekend, Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee, had a big event at Forest Hill Stadium in Queens, and he was there with Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. 13,000 people showed up for that event. Let's take a listen to some of what the Democratic nominee had to say.
Time and again, our nation has teetered on the precipice of hopelessness. Now is one of those times. But in each of these moments, working people have reached into the darkness and reshaped our democracy. No longer will we allow the Republican Party to be the one of ambition. No longer will we have to open a history book to read about Democrats leading with big ideas.
Jeannie, I'm going to turn to you on this, and I read a piece, I think it was by Frank Rich in New York Magazine, and he made a very good point about Zohran Mamdani, and that is, he wasn't born here, he has no prospects or ability to become the president of the United States, so really he's running for a job that he clearly wants, and that's it. That's what he's at. But to step back, I'm curious how you listen to that kind of rhetoric and think about the degree to which it resonates among Democrats across the country. So I will assume there are some who have some trepidation about him and the prospects of him winning this race. But that broader message that you heard there, how do you think it stands to sort of shape the way Democrats think about their platform going into 2026 and 2028?
Yeah, New York, particularly on the Democratic side, is not like any other part of the country as it pertains to Democrats. That's why, to Maura's point, we haven't seen Chuck Schumer endorse Mamdani. But the reality is, if we remember back to 2016, this movement started with Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders was there in Forest Hills last night, along with AOC and others, as you mentioned. This movement has legs, and we've known that for over a decade. And the root of it is the same attraction of Donald Trump to the Republicans, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Mamdani to Democrats. And these are issues of affordability. These are issues of the elites taking advantage of a system that is not working to the advantage of most of us. And that's the message he's sending. And he's sending it in the same authentic way that Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump did before them. We remember 2016, a lot of crossover between Sanders and Trump voters. So this is a movement with legs, but it is not the definition of the Democratic Party today, as we see when we look in Virginia and see Abigail Spanberger set to win there, a very different Democrat.
Gina, just to reiterate, we have Mamdani on stage. You've got AOC there as well, and Bernie Sanders. Then Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, and as Maura said a moment ago, didn't get the kind of warm reception the other three politicians did. What do you make of her presence there and the way that she's thinking about what her relationship would be like with the New York mayor, presuming that Zohran Mamdani wins this race on Election Day?
Yeah, I mean, she has on her own election. That's why she is there, also because she has endorsed him and she is a Democrat, but she is facing a really tough re-election fight, and he has not endorsed her. He's going to need to depend on her if he is mayor to get a lot of his platform in action. So they need each other, and that was clear as he came out and tried to quell the boos by lifting her hand, but she's there because she needs that energy to get voters out when she's up, shortly in just several months.
Maura, let me ask you about how Republicans are watching all of this play out. So taking Jeannie's counsel that New York does not represent this whole country, which I know well as somebody who lives there. What do you make of the resonance of, say, the affordability argument, some of the things that Zohran Mamdani is saying, and how do Republicans kind of process the fact that that clearly has resonance and traction with Democratic voters, and how quickly he rose from somebody who was basically unknown in this primary to the front runner and then the winner of it? What do you make of the candidacy? What do Republicans think as they watch him speak on a forum like the one we saw this weekend?
Well, the affordability conversation is largely also what spurred Donald Trump to win back the White House, and Republicans to kind of take a clean sweep there, talking about maybe the economy was doing a little bit better, but we certainly didn't feel it. And so I think what Mamdani shows you is that the grassroots effort and the campaign he ran, but also meeting people where they are. And that means going and talking to them, listening to them. Again, he much like Trump, presents lofty promises and plans that I don't know have any real merit in being viable, but it sounds good and it feels good to feel as though someone's listened to you and they get the struggles that you're going through and that your family is going through and the concerns you have. And so for voters, and I think in a situation like New York City where your choices are pretty bleak, why not give him a try? Because as you pointed out, it's not as though he can really run for president, or it's not necessarily a platform for him to seek higher office. Why not give him a try? I think that's what you're seeing play out here.
Why not give him a try? Maura, great to speak with you, and great to speak with you, Jeannie, as well here. And we're going to talk to you more in the next hour here on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg. That's Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center and Bloomberg Politics contributor. Maura Gillespie is a BlueStack Strategies founder and Republican strategist, both joining me here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube. As we continue to follow what's going on halfway around the world in Asia waking up here in a few hours, and of course, some pivotal meetings on the horizon for the President of the United States. The first of which is with Japan's new prime minister. And the subject of conversation there is that trade deal that was negotiated well before she became the prime minister of Japan. An open question: will the president of the United States be willing to reopen that? And what is that sizable investment money going to go toward? And then, of course, on Thursday of this week, that pivotal meeting between President Trump and President Xi Jinping, the groundwork being laid by the president's Treasury Secretary and Trade Representative. More details from Tokyo coming up here as Balance of Power continues on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television.
From Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Good afternoon. On this Monday, David Gura in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. And a busy day, the 27th day of the federal government shutdown. More than 700,000 federal workers on Friday of last week receiving paychecks for $0, almost as many furloughed without pay. As the shutdown continues, no end in sight, no off-ramps easily visible either. Of course, much of the action in politics taking place half a world away, some 13 hours away if you look at the time zone difference, in Tokyo, where President Trump is getting ready to meet with the Prime Minister of Japan to talk about the trade deal between the U.S. and Japan, that coming on the heels of a visit he made to Malaysia, where he inked a few other pacts with Asian nations. Of course, the big meeting this week is on Thursday, that between President Trump and President Xi Jinping, highly anticipated, their first face-to-face meeting of this President Trump's second term. So we're going to spend the bulk of this hour talking about those two stories, those meetings that are taking place in Asia and the shutdown here in the United States. Nobody better to talk about that with than one Mick Mulvaney, the former congressman, of course, former acting chief of staff to President Trump, former director of the Office of Management and Budget. Very curious to hear his thoughts on what Russ Vought, the current director of the Office of Management and Budget, calls the budgetary twister that he's been playing, try to keep some programs open, keep some federal workers paid. A lot to get to here in the next hour of Balance of Power. But first, let's get a check of headlines, national and international headlines, with my colleague Charlie Pellet at our headquarters in New York. Charlie?
Hi, thank you very much, David Gura. Lots going on. In addition to everything you set us up for, also keeping an eye on the Federal Reserve later in the week, and of course earnings, specifically tech earnings. But right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all advancing. Stocks are gaining on hopes that the U.S. and China are nearing a trade deal. Right now the S&P is up 68. That is a gain of 1%. 68.59 where that index stands right now. We've got the Dow up 249, up 0.5%. NASDAQ tech stocks, they're performing well, up 1.7%. NASDAQ 100 index up 1.6%, but the Russell 2000 index lagging higher, up 0.3%. The Mag 7 index up 2.5%. 5 out of the 7 names in that index will be reporting this week. 10-year now at 3.99%, with the 2-year 3.50%. Gold is now dropping $112 the ounce, down 2.7%, but spot gold trading right at $4,000 even. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.2%, 61.64 a barrel, and Bitcoin is gaining 1.9%. Bitcoin 115,476. Qualcomm shares, they are surging now by 12.8%, kicking off its biggest stock rally since 2019 after unveiling chips and computers for the lucrative AI data center market, aiming to challenge NVIDIA in the fastest growing part of the industry. NVIDIA up now by 2.8%, but Qualcomm certainly bears repeating, up now by 12.9%. Recapping, stocks higher, looking at a 1% gain right now on the S&P 500 index. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here is David Gura.
Charlie, thank you very much. David Gura in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. A big meeting coming up at 8:30 p.m. Wall Street time. I struggle to do the math to figure out what that'll be in Tokyo. It is early in the morning there, and that's where we find our colleague Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent, who is traveling with the president on this trip to Asia. The president going to sit down with the new Prime Minister of Japan. And Tyler, the first thing I want to ask you about is what's going to be high up on that agenda. That is $550 billion. That is the commitment that Japan made to invest in the United States. Part of that came from this deal that Japan brokered with the U.S. to get a lower, more favorable tariff rate. What do we expect to learn or hear from Japan about how they expect to spend that money? And if this deal, if this trade deal that was brokered between the previous government and the United States is likely to be reopened and picked apart again?
Right. So, David, this investment fund that you're outlining is absolutely critical to Japan receiving that more preferential tariff rate of 15%. That applies to all Japanese imports coming into the U.S., but also importantly, it extends to sector-specific tariffs such as autos, which we know was a big priority for Japan while it was brokering this deal with the U.S. I have to say, and I mentioned this on the earlier hour of Balance of Power, but all of the local Japanese coverage has been on the potential for a U.S. U.S.-Japan cooperation agreement when it comes to shipbuilding. It appears that that cooperation agreement will include investment as part of this investment pledge fund that we know is really at the center of these deals. Of course, the U.S. Commerce Department has broad discretion on what is actually approved as a deal as part of this, but we know that the administration has long been prioritizing these critical sectors they say need to be bolstered in terms of national security, and shipbuilding is, of course, at the top of that list. I would also say to pay close attention to any conversations around Japan bolstering its defense spending. We did see the new prime minister pledge to expedite the timeline to get Japan's military spending to GDP. They're aiming for this 2% goal. She's trying to move that up by actually 2 years, a move that has been broadly applauded by the Trump administration. So perhaps there's been some talk that maybe we'll see some sort of cooperation there when it comes to imports of U.S. military supplies as Japan tries to really ramp up its own speed when it comes to bolstering its military.
Tyler, once we get through this meeting and the president's going to meet with some U.S. troops and with business executives as well, as you mentioned, the focus then shifts to South Korea, where President Trump is going to sit down with President Xi Jinping. And this comes on the heels of some meetings that took place in Malaysia between the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, and their counterparts. They announced at the end of that a framework deal, kind of laying the groundwork again for that leaders summit, that leaders meeting that's going to take place in South Korea. Let's take a listen to what President Trump said about sort of what that meeting is likely to look like and what he hopes will be discussed and covered when it takes place on Thursday.
What we understood yesterday or 2 days ago or even today is not going to be necessarily what it's going to be in 2 days. I mean, we're going to have a great talk. I have a lot of respect for President Xi. I like him a lot. He likes me a lot, I believe, and respects me, and I think he respects our country a lot. And we're going to have, I think we're going to have a successful transaction for both countries.
Tyler, I want to ask you about a few things. So there were some things agreed to. Of course, they talked about the TikTok deal. They talked about soybeans. But there are kind of broader fundamental issues here that I'm going to go out on a limb and guess are not likely to be solved in a meeting that's 1 hour in length, 2 hours in length. What are our expectations? What's the White House saying our expectations should be here of what comes out of this meeting between President Trump and President Xi on Thursday?
Well, of course, David, you're alluding to the broader issues when it comes to the trade war between the U.S. and China, mainly national security concerns, but also the White House's goal of ultimately rebalancing trade, in their words, which isn't going to get solved by this agreement that we're likely going to see emerge. Now, the understanding seems to be that we're likely going to get an extension of the trade truce that is currently in place. That's set to expire on November 10th, as the Treasury Secretary himself has effectively taken the threat of an additional 100% tariff off the table, as we've seen news of some key concessions according to the U.S. side, including that China is going to delay and review its newly unveiled export controls related to critical and rare earth minerals. You also, of course, mentioned soybeans, which we know has been top of mind for the Trump administration. Now, let's just say that that is what the main deliverable out of this meeting is, that there is an extension in the trade truce. Our analysts at Bloomberg Economics say that that will still leave the effective tariff rate on China from the U.S. at 40%. That is 25 percentage points higher than the global average, so still a lot of work to be done there. At the end of the day, this really does feel like a simmering intentions, both of the sides expressing optimism, calling their talks in Malaysia over the weekend constructive. And David, what really feels like a marked contrast from the recent escalation in recent weeks, it appears that all of those steps and threats that have been taken are, for now at least, neutralized so that both sides can get back to the negotiating table on a broader term deal.
Tyler, one more question. It would be unfair to anybody else but you. I know you've been tracking all of this, but we saw a headline cross the Bloomberg terminal here a few hours ago about the relationship between the U.S. and Mexico. And Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, said the U.S. is willing to extend the trade deadline for several weeks as conversations continue between the U.S. and Mexico. Of course, a dramatically different story between the U.S. and Canada. Your perspective on sort of the ongoing debate over what these trade deals will look like, given how Canada's now put itself in a position where it is, let's say, far out of favor from President Trump?
right, actually when this headline crossed, David, I went back to the first extension we saw, which was August 1st. 90 days would bring us to November 1st, which is why we're seeing this announcement now. And at the time, President Trump had said that Mexico was going to be given preferential treatment because of just how much trade it does with the U.S. Of course, we haven't seen that extended as such to our northern North American neighbors when it comes to Canada. Now, Mexico is currently facing a 25% tariff when it comes to non-USMCA compliant goods. The threat on the table over the summer had been that that rate could ratchet up to 30% against Mexico. So we're going to have to see how this unfolds. Important to keep in mind here that the tariffs imposed on Mexico actually aren't imposed under the so-called reciprocal tariff regime through IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. The tariffs are imposed through IEPA, but they're over fentanyl concerns and concerns with the border, and that's why we're watching really closely what sort of concessions could be made there on Mexico's part in a bid to try to make progress to meet President Trump's demands. Now, you mentioned Canada. Of course, we're watching that closely. President Trump declining to tell reporters on Air Force One whether or not this additional 10% tariff will extend to USMCA compliant goods. Of course, there's a 35% tariff on non-USMCA compliant goods currently in place, but David, that does not extend to some of those sector-specific tariffs. There's a whopping 50% tariff on Canadian steel and aluminum, which we know is a big point of contention between the two economies.
Tyler, thank you very much. Tyler Kendall on what is a grueling trip here for the president, grueling in terms of geography and time and amount of meetings and certainly expectations as well, and somebody who knows what that's like well is one Mick Mulvaney, who is former acting chief of staff to President Trump, former director of the Office of Management and Budget, former congressman as well. Let me ask you, first of all, if you miss being on a trip like this and what it's like for the president and his staff. There's so much on the agenda. We heard him float. Maybe he wants to take a little side trip and meet with Kim Jong-un as well.
Yeah.
How does he approach these trips, and what does he hope to get in terms of deliverables out of it?
I've done one of those side trips to meet Kim Jong-un on the way back. Look, I honestly don't know how he does it. I just got back from Tokyo last night, and I can barely stand up. I was thinking more about his meetings last week when he was in Israel. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago, and I lose track of the time. He was in Israel and then Egypt, and then for 36 hours, then came back and did 2 solid days of stuff at the White House and didn't seem to slow down at all. It's brutal. It's probably as tough on the staff as anybody else. I mean, Trump doesn't sleep anyway. He only sleeps about 4 hours a night. So I think he's probably immune to jet lag, but it's really tough on the team. There's no question about it. And at the end of the day, he is 79 years old, but I've seen no signs yet of slowing down. Every now and then I see him seem like he's probably a little bit weary, but not too frequently.
You know, from the beginning of this term, in the context of this, a conversation between President Trump and President Xi, there's been a lot of talk of President Xi isn't going to do this unless we're at the point at which these two leaders can make a deal.
Yeah.
How do you think about the meeting that's going to take place on Thursday, what's likely to come out of it?
It's always been a challenge because Donald Trump and I think President Xi work in entirely different manners. Trump wants the principal one-on-one, big guy to big guy conversation first. And my understanding is that the Chinese do it the exact opposite. They don't want Xi to have those conversations until all the other preceding lower-level conversations have taken place. So the fact they're getting together, I think, is helpful. I don't count, David, on anything major coming out of this. In fact, I don't count on anything major coming from the next several years. I think both countries have sort of found this. We used to describe it when it was military versus the Soviet Union back in the 1960s and 70s as the Cold War. This is sort of a cold peace. I don't think you're going to see everything sort of get back to warm and fuzzy. I don't think you're going to see a full-blown trade war. I think you see sort of choppy negotiations on and off, bits and pieces here and there for the next several years. I do expect some sort of announcement coming out of this. I think both gentlemen would not want to have a face-to-face meeting and not have something to announce.
Some deliverable.
But anybody who's sitting looking, I think this is going to be wrapped up here this week and things will be great. We go back to the way business was before Trump was in office. Don't understand the man.
You've lived through a few of these shutdowns before.
Yeah.
Let's go back to when you were at OMB. Would it have been a help or a hindrance not to have the president in Washington while this was unfolding?
It wouldn't make a difference. Our problem was the Republican leadership in the House and the Senate, and that's one of the biggest differences you have now. Back in 2019, Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell were on the phone every single day telling us how we were killing the country and we had to open the government up. And you just don't hear that today from Michael Johnson and John Thune. The Republican Party is a lot more united behind Donald Trump, and he's got a lot more support of his own party. So I think it's a dramatic difference in sort of the balance of power. Wait a second, I've heard that before.
Thank you for that.
in Washington right now. I've been traveling for about a week, so it's been a while since I've sort of plugged in. But right before I left, I met with a bunch of my Democrat friends, and they were all like, "Look, Mick, we don't see the end of it. You guys are kidding yourself if you think this No Kings rally has anything to do with anything." There's a lot of Republicans saying that maybe after the No Kings rally, the Democrats would be more willing to talk to Trump and so forth, but they don't see it. Honestly, I think if I had to bet, and I've been wrong now, as has everybody from the very beginning on this, I think the Senate Republicans are going to start looking more and more at changing the filibuster rules, because that might be the only way to fund the government at this point.
Ask you another question just about the uniqueness of this shutdown. I was on the Hill last week and sat down with the Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, and I was just struck by the quiet of the Capitol right now. I mean, he's not meeting with Mike Johnson. It seems like there are very few conversations taking place. There aren't many people there to have these conversations. Yeah. What do you make of that, and what does that say about the state of our politics?
It should really frighten the Congress. This is one of the things, David, I really don't understand. Fundamentally, I thought Chuck Schumer was right. I don't say that very often, but back in March, I think what he was taking the position was, look, if the Democrats don't support the funding bill, then the government was shut down, and Donald Trump's power will go up exponentially. And he's right. The power that the director of the Office of Management and Budget have during an ordinary appropriations process is pretty considerable, but it goes up exponentially during a shutdown. I mean, look, this is one office, so it's essentially the president, through the director of OMB, gets to say, okay, you get to go to work today, you don't, you do. Of course, nobody gets paid until later, and everybody will get paid later. But think about that in terms of the executive authority, what's open and what's closed. They have given so much more power to the executive branch. I cannot understand for the life of me how they allowed themselves to get here, and I don't know how they get out of it. But
nobody called you Darth Vader, as we talk about kind of the
I know, I feel bad.
Of OMB. But what do you make of what Russ Vought has done and is being able to do with that office? Could you have imagined that it could have as much power?
Oh, sure.
Yes, in this circumstance, but in this term as it has.
No, we knew it did. We knew that it did. In fact, we tried back in 2019 during the 35-day shutout to do a lot of the things that OMB is doing now. But again, when you didn't have the support of your own Republican leadership on the Hill, it was very, very difficult to do. When you're going out night after night and on Fox News and the other right-wing sort of media outlets, Republicans are beating up on the Republican president. It was really hard to do any of these things. So no, we knew exactly what the authority was, exactly what the power. I shouldn't say that. No one knows exactly what the authority is. You don't know where the bounds are, but you do know that the OMB and the executive branch has a lot more authority during a shutdown than it does during the appropriations process. So yeah, we knew that this was there, and Russ and I used to joke about, wouldn't it be nice to have this job when you could actually use it, and now he's getting a chance to use it.
When you look at the pressure points that are coming up, so the SNAP benefits expiring in a couple of days, open enrollment starting up, holidays on the horizon as well. Where do you see potential off-ramps or points where this could be resolved?
I see the airports as the pressure point.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I just don't think SNAP registers with enough people. The media loves it and so forth, and if you get it, it's critically important to you, but the ordinary middle-class family that goes home every single night doesn't engage in politics. It doesn't touch them until they need to go see grandma at Thanksgiving. You're talking about tens of millions of people a day who travel, and I think that was a pressure point in 2019. I think it will be a pressure point now. I think Sean Duffy's done an excellent job of making it clear that any fabricated sort of sick outs won't be tolerated. But sooner or later, people aren't going to work for no pay. We all know they're going to get paid eventually anyway. But look, missing a paycheck in this world is tough for a lot of people. So I think that's the next pressure point. The last time they get paid out of sequence, they get paid actually tomorrow. They got paid 2 weeks ago, and in that paycheck, they got paid for the last week in September. So they actually did get paid some in October for September. The next check will be the first $0 check for the air traffic controllers, and I think that will be the next pain point.
Mick Mulvaney, great to see you.
It's always good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. A man who's worn many hats, of course, OMB, Capitol Hill, as Chief of Staff at the White House as well, joining us here on set in Washington, D.C. as we look ahead to where there might be potential off-ramps. We'll continue that conversation with our politics panel here in just a moment on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio, and look to Argentina as well at the surprising results of the congressional race that took place there, what that means for Javier Milei. And yes, for the Treasury Secretary, for Scott Bessent as well, who authorized some extraordinary actions in Argentina. That's coming up on Bloomberg Balance of Power.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are climbing on hopes that the U.S.-China trade talks will go well. We've got the S&P up 63 now at 68.54. We're holding close to session highs. That's a gain right now of just about 0.9%. Have been up a little bit more by 1%. Right now, the Dow is up 173, higher by 0.4%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 373. That is a gain of 1.6%. The Mag 7 Index is surging 2.5%. 5 out of 7 names will be reporting this week. 10-year right now 3.99%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.50%. Spot gold is down 120, 39.92 the ounce, drop there of 2.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil just about flat on the day, up 0.1%, 61.57 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 1.9%, 115,478 on Bitcoin. Lululemon has entered an arrangement with the NFL and sports merchandiser Fanatics to develop a line of fan apparel as the yoga wear maker retailer searches for new avenues of growth. Lululemon up now by 2%. Among some of its rivals, we've got Nike down 1.1%, and shares of Under Armour, they're up by 1.2%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P gaining 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, David Gura.
Charlie, thank you very much. Charlie Pellet up in New York, David Gura here in Washington, D.C., in for Joe Matthew and Kayleigh Lyons on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. It's going to be the planes. That was what Mick Mulvaney said about how this shutdown ends as he sees it. Very curious to hear what our panelists think about that as well. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is back with us, Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center and Bloomberg Politics contributor. Maura Gillespie with us here as well, Blue Stack Strategies founder and Republican strategist. Jeannie, you've been watching all of this unfold, and I'm very curious if you would agree with the former director of the OMB, the former White House chief of staff, if you think that's how this ends, or do you think that these other pressure points, chiefly the SNAP benefits expiring, the opening of open enrollment, those are going to have a tangible effect here on lawmakers' willingness and ability to get together to try to hammer something out?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see those as having the impact. When you get the announcement, you're not going to be paying until next year. And so while people may be frustrated, they're not going to feel the pain immediately. And for SNAP benefits, unfortunately, even though we're talking about millions of people potentially losing the ability to get food and access food in this country, which is stunning, it's not going to impact the representatives and senators. So I think it is going to be travel. I think it's going to be Thanksgiving. And that's going to depend on the fact that these people have lost a check, and it's, we see flights starting to slow down and travel really impacted, which will frustrate people.
Maura, I want to get your thoughts, and I look at the stats here from the Bipartisan Policy Center. 730,000 federal employees working without pay right now. Another 670,000 federal workers are being furloughed without pay. And I look at this statement again from the head of the American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, President Everett Kelly, writing, both political parties have made their point, and still there's no clear end in sight. Today I'm making mine. It's time to pass a clean continuing resolution and end this shutdown today. No half measures and no gamesmanship. Put every single federal worker back on the job with full back pay today. Curious how you react to that, Maura. Again, it doesn't seem like that conversation is even taking place on Capitol Hill. It doesn't seem like many conversations are taking place on Capitol Hill here on day 27.
And that's what feels so different about this shutdown, right, is that the House has not been in since September 19th. Members aren't having these conversations, and it's something that we saw in the past where congressional leaders were there day in, day out, at least having conversations. It may not have always led to a fruitful discussion by each day, but at least they were open. The door was open to figuring out a solution. I do think that the American people's patience has run out, especially with as many federal workers, as you just pointed out, who want to work. And when I think from a Republican messaging standpoint, these are people who want to go back to work, who we're going to be paying regardless of the fact that they're in work right now. So we're really wasting money essentially for people who want to be in their jobs doing their work, but they can't because the government is still shut down. And I would have to agree that the point was made. I do think that Senator Thune, and you're now even hearing some reports that Johnson is open to figuring out what a solution would look like. But I do think that it can't be done right now when the government is still shut down. And it's just dragged on a little bit too long. And I don't know the Democrats, they never really had a plan on how to get out of it, which is really problematic because now they have to essentially just say that the last 27 days was just to prove a point. That's not a great messaging tactic going into the midterms.
Maura, I'm curious of what you made of what Mick Mulvaney had to say about the role that President Trump is or isn't playing in the conversations that are taking place so much as they are here in Washington today. And he's, of course, on this trip to Asia. I think there's a lot of resignation among people on Capitol Hill that with him not here, it's unlikely that we're going to see a deal. And I found this in Henrietta Trey's Aveda Partners' latest note. I'm going to read it aloud here. Trump has indicated he will not sign any legislation via auto pen. This is something, of course, he cares an awful lot about, which means even if lawmakers reach a deal to reopen, the president will have to either have the text physically flown to him for his signature or will need to wait until he returns to Washington. How do you see the role of President Trump here? Again, going back to my conversation last week with Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, he really making the point that Republicans in Congress can't do a whole lot without the blessing of the President of the United States, and his absence kind of prolongs this inherently. Do you agree with that, or do you agree with Mick Mulvaney, who says his absence, him being overseas, really doesn't affect the conversations that aren't taking place right now?
I think logistically speaking, you're right in terms of it could create a problem if Senator Thune was able to get Democrats in the Senate to pass something that he passed the bill that he's been trying to, and then that creates a logistical kind of situation about President Trump signing that into law. But I would say he can do a lot as far as pressuring or calling members of Congress and saying, maybe the House should get back to work, and how do we do that? He can make a phone call, or, a conversation with Schumer and Jeffries and Thune and Johnson and spearhead that conversation, put a little more pressure on them. But I think right now, again, a lot of this does come down to Senator John Thune is working the will of the Senate, trying to get his colleagues to understand that he is open to having a vote on the subsidies and recognizing that this is an issue that needs to be addressed because it impacts millions of Americans and not just Republicans, not just Democrats. But I think that the president is really focused on his own agenda, especially in the foreign policy realm right now. And unfortunately, this is not the top of his priority list, although, it probably should be.
Let's spend the remaining time we have here talking about the midterms and the way that the political terrain is changing ahead of them. And we've seen President Trump really pushing for redistricting in a lot of states across this country. Happened in North Carolina. There's pressure for that to happen in Indiana and other states as well. Jeannie, let me turn to you and ask you about what's happening in Virginia, where you have state lawmakers looking to redraw those lines themselves. Democrats kind of respond in kind here to counter those moves by Republicans. What do you make of what's happening in Virginia? It's novel. The session's still open, so they're able to do this or at least push for it. But what do you make of kind of the broader fight that we're seeing play out here when it comes to where the lines are drawn, literally, when it comes to the political terrain in this country?
Yeah, I think Gavin Newsom described it months ago when this started in Texas and then California picked it up as a break the glass moment. And I think that's what you're seeing here. There's some reluctance on the Democratic side to engage in these mid-decade redistricting proposals. But the reality is they feel if they don't meet the GOP on this, that they are going to lose. I think one important aspect of this is to take a step back. You can draw all the districts you want. It still doesn't ensure you are going to win. You still need campaigns. You still need candidates. You still need issues on the local state level that matter. So I think there's sort of this idea floating since we've been talking about from Texas on that redistricting is some kind of panacea. It is not. There's no guarantee that somebody wins when you redistrict. So on both sides, they are taking a chance here. And I think the big losers here are the American public. We already have a terribly gerrymandered House. That's why it's so close. And this is only going to make it worse. I mean, I think when we look at the number of competitive seats that will be left in 26, it is abysmal. And that is a loser for the American voter because we are robbed of choice when we go to the ballot box in most instances. And so to me, I understand the impulse of Democrats to fight back, and I understand why they feel they need to. But from both sides, this is another losing thing that voters are going to feel, and Americans and anybody who loves democracy.
Maura, how about you on the kind of slippery slopedness of all of this, the way that it's happening, the kind of tit-for-tat nature of this, and just sort of what it says, to pick up on what Jeannie was saying about the state of our politics today. I think in North Carolina, there was one district that was carved in such a way that the incumbent's no longer in the district he was in before. It just presents a host of problems about representation. How do you see all of this playing out, and how do you see it sort of running its course?
And we see that, in Illinois, when my former boss, Adam Kinzinger, was really redistricted out of his own district, despite many Democrats thinking that he was a good Republican at the time, they still drew him out of his own district. And so we see that happen pretty frequently here. But I think what Jeannie's pointing out speaks to a bigger problem. Not only does this create lack of choice, but we have a lack of choice because of the candidates themselves. Right now, our state of politics is really devolved in a way that people don't feel inclined to run for higher office. Even if they had wanted to, the current state of politics and how we talk to one another, how we campaign, how we attack and demonize those who have different views than us, it's putting people at risk. We've seen that play out, unfortunately. And so when you're talking to someone who maybe had wanted to run for a higher office or felt called to do so, they then are thinking about what impact will this have on my family, my safety and security. And so then we end up having people who are either looking for fame, who had been in prior and had been in for a longer time. It just creates I think, in my opinion, a lesser, pool to choose from of people willing to do this job. And that's a really unfortunate effect of the state of our politics today. But this certainly does not help in terms of choice and options for American voters who are largely most in the middle, right? We're not on the fringes. The large swath of the American public and voters are somewhere in the middle. And we're robbing them of choice here in a lot of ways.
Jeannie, I'll give you the last word on this, on yes, the state of our politics, but also just how resonant this is going to be as we approach the midterms and the 2028 election, how much this is going to be something that you think is going to have resonance among, I guess, both political parties.
It's going to have a huge impact. And I'm just thinking, David, over the weekend, I think it was yesterday, the president posted on Truth Social tying the NBA cheating scandal to the stealing of the 2020 election and warning about what could happen in the upcoming midterms and calling for things like no early voting, no mail-in voting, calling the prop in California dishonest, and a lot of concern with the DOJ being talked about overseeing some of these elections. So I think this is going to be a midterm for the ages, not particularly competitive, but lots of questions about how secure it is and how much people can trust the vote. And that's so problematic in a democracy. I wish the president would lift up and not push down.
Jeannie, great to speak with you. Maura, great to speak with you as well. That's Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Democracy Visiting Fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, and Bloomberg Politics contributor Maura Gillespie is BlueStack Strategies founder and Republican strategist. Both joined us here on Bloomberg Balance of Power on this Monday for a fascinating conversation there about redistricting and about this shutdown as well. Coming up here, we're going to turn our attention to Argentina, which has been something that Washington's been focusing more and more on. An election there for congressional seats took place over the course of the weekend, and Javier Milei's party did well than many people expected. What that means for the people of Argentina, but also for the U.S. as well, after the U.S. made a sizable investment, shall we say, in that country's election. That's coming up on Balance of Power.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. We're all pushing higher right now. Back to work Monday. Lots of deals, but lots of moving parts to this market, including the Fed earnings, tech earnings specifically, and of course trade. Right now, a lot of optimism about trade deals. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green. S&P right now up by 1% at 6860, higher by 68 points. The Dow up 224, up now by 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 390, up by about 1.7%. Our Mag 7 Index up by 2.6%. We've got 5 out of the 7 members of the Mag 7 reporting this week. 10-year yield right now 3.99%. We do have the 2-year currently yielding 3.50%. Gold, meanwhile, just above $4,000, was trading below that big round number. Right now, we've got the precious metal at $4,003, down 109 on gold. That is a drop now of 2.7%. Silver, 46.87 the ounce. Silver down 3.6%, and a retreat for crude now. Had been higher for much of the morning, but right now, WTI, West Texas Intermediate, 61.40 a barrel. WTI down by 0.2%. And in Europe, we got Brent crude trading lower by 0.4%. Barrel of Brent now 65.70. Bitcoin up by 2.1%, 115,669 on Bitcoin. The CEO of Organon, that's the company behind the birth control implant product Nexplanon, has stepped down after an audit committee uncovered improper sales practices related to the medicine. Organon put out a statement saying that Kevin Ali has resigned as CEO and left the board and will not be entitled to severance or equity-related retirement benefits. The company says improper sales occurred between 2022 and 2025 and did represent less than 1% of the company's revenue for the year, but enabled Organon to meet guidance and certain external revenue expectations. Its shares are plunging right now, down by 22.5%. We're also keeping an eye on shares of Qualcomm. Now, the stock is surging by 12%. Right now, Qualcomm is at $189.29. It has kicked off its biggest stock rally since 2019 after unveiling chips and computers in the lucrative AI data center market, aiming to challenge NVIDIA in the fastest growing part of the industry. Qualcomm says its new AI 200 lineup will start shipping next year. Again, Qualcomm up now by 12.1%. NVIDIA also higher, up by just about 2.6%. Berkshire Hathaway picking up a rare sell rating today. Analysts cautious on its earnings outlook and ongoing concerns over Warren Buffett's upcoming departure and macro risks. Keefe, Bruyette & Woods cut the recommendation on the conglomerate's Class A shares to underperform for market perform. Berkshire right now down 1.5%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back, we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, David Gura.
Charlie Pellet, thank you very much. David Gura here in Washington for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. I turned on the Bloomberg terminal this morning, saw the Argentine peso jump 10% this morning. Bond prices there also hitting record highs. And the reason is Javier Milei's political party won 41% of the vote, 64 seats in the lower house of Congress, and 13 Senate seats in this weekend's elections. A referendum, yes, on his plans and policies, but also a bit of a referendum on what the U.S. Treasury Department had done. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent developing all kinds of extraordinary actions there to build a bridge, as he put it, to the elections that took place on this weekend. Patrick Gillespie is our Buenos Aires bureau chief, and he joins us now from Argentina. Patrick, I could almost hear the backslapping coming from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and his colleagues who are halfway around the world in Asia. They're taking a victory lap here, and I wonder how premature that is in light of what's happened here, or is it in fact an acknowledgement that maybe this worked and it did help Javier Milei?
Well, David, Javier Milei just had a game-changing moment politically in Argentina, and as you might guess, nobody could be happier than Scott Bessent, who took a very risky bet about a month ago to step in with a U.S. financial lifeline and try to shore up Argentina's economy and peso with the explicit goal of helping Milei win these elections. It remains to be seen if they can remain happy. What will be important is if Milei can deliver on the economic reforms that this renewed political support from voters in Argentina is giving him. He needs to pull off a really delicate balancing act of igniting economic growth, keeping inflation in check, and power sharing with other centrist blocs in Congress. So he's out of the woods politically for now, David, but he's far from the finish line of the free market utopia that he promised everyone.
Talk a bit more about that. You call that a balancing act, but I'd love to get a better sense here of what these next few months look like for the Argentine president and sort of how difficult that's going to be for him to pull off here in the months ahead.
Absolutely, David. Beyond growth and inflation, Milei's going to have to try to push through labor, tax, pension reforms that are equally wanted by investors and reviled by Argentina's very powerful labor unions. He does not have a simple majority in Congress. What he secured on Sunday by a mile was more than a third of the seats in Congress, which protects his veto power. So he's got a stronger position to negotiate from, but he still needs Argentina's governors and other centrist blocs in Congress to get his deep economic reforms across the finish line. That would be welcomed by foreign investors, but you could definitely anticipate mass protests and pushback from these unions as Milei will look to dismantle what are very generous severance pay in Argentina, as well as the pension system, which accounts for about 2/3 of all government spending. So he's got a long road ahead, and we've seen this before of a pro-market president performing well in a midterm, and then the wheels fall off. So Milei needs to not repeat history and show that he can work across the aisle, which he expressed last night in his victory speech, but also make sure these reforms not only are passed, but deliver the growth and make Argentines actually feel the kind of improved quality of life that he's pledged to deliver.
Patrick, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that update. That's Patrick Gillespie, our Buenos Aires bureau chief, joining us from Argentina on this Monday. And I want to turn now to where that backslapping was taking place. That, of course, is in Asia. And our next guest, Nazak Nakaktar, is National Security Practice Group Lead at Wiley Ryan, the law firm, and a former Assistant Secretary for Industry and Analysis at the International Trade Administration, here with some perspective on sort of the state of play when it comes to these trade negotiations and perhaps what we can expect on Thursday as well. When it comes to the U.S.-China relationship and kind of the stance of the U.S. going into these talks, how would you characterize the U.S.'s outlook? We talk a lot about decoupling and the prospects of decoupling. Can you, with a definition or synthesize sort of what the outlook is going into these talks?
Well, it's really good to be with you. And, you know, I'm going to use one word to really underscore what is happening today and going into Thursday. President Trump and President Xi Jinping's meeting is complicated. Complicated. I think each country is going to demand of the others things that are just not going to be negotiable. That's sort of at the outset. China wants the U.S. to oppose Taiwan's independence. The United States needs rare earth. We need magnets. We need magnets for our military capabilities. And so far, what I've seen in these sort of negotiations framework deals is easing of China off its export ban, but that doesn't say much. That doesn't mean that China has made absolutely clear that our military, our defense capabilities will not get rare earths, will not get the magnets that we need for the motors. Imagine military equipment, all the motors that go into that. China's made clear it doesn't want to do that. The U.S. has made clear, Rubio just doubled down on it the other day, Secretary Rubio, the U.S. is going to not give in to China's demand for reunification for the U.S. to oppose Taiwanese independence. So negotiating positions are really tough going in, despite sort of these small bites around the apple framework concessions that we've gotten so far from one another.
That's right where I want to go. So you had the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and the U.S. Trade Representative kind of setting the table for the conversation that's going to take place on Thursday. I think there was some happiness that it didn't go badly. They were able to accomplish something and get that framework in place. If you look at this as a spectrum, sort of how far along are we in getting to a deal as a result of what's taken place? Yes, in Malaysia, but at the meetings that preceded it in Europe. Where are we in that spectrum of getting to a deal with China?
What a great way of looking at it, and I really want to underscore that this is the way to look at it is a time frame in the spectrum of the time frame of our history with China. We had a phase one deal with China in the first Trump administration. Myself, my colleagues, we were all part of sort of negotiating the terms of that. And I think everybody knew on some level that the Chinese might not adhere to the terms of the phase one deal. And so the years progress and the Chinese don't adhere to the phase one deal. All the while, President Xi Jinping has consolidated power in China. He's indigenized critical capabilities, and he's gotten stronger control of those critical supply chains. So, and then we see in the summer of last year, China imposed export bans on gallium, germanium, antimony. This year, they just roll out more export bans, but they're not giving us what we need. And so when you judge China in terms of its actions, not its words, it tells a very different story. They're not ready to play ball. They don't want to play ball. And because of all the consolidation of power and supply chains, they're ready to continue to not play ball because they know that they hold a lot of the cards right now.
Regrets, I've had a few. I'm curious, as you think about that phase one deal, sort of what happened with it that you think that the folks negotiating this deal are going to keep in mind? So there's that level of enforcement that wasn't there. What does that tell us about the way they should be approaching these conversations in light of how that played out?
You know, I think the U.S. has really boxed itself into a corner. So it's going to push China for a deal, and it's going to say enforcement. And my key enforcement mechanism is tariffs. But what do the tariffs do? They impact the markets. And we know President Trump is looking at the markets, Secretary Bessent is looking at the markets constantly, and they want to signal to, obviously, U.S. investors in the world that the U.S. has a strong market. You can't have it both ways. You can't have a trade deal with China with strong enforcement and be willing to use your enforcement levers because China never adheres to deals. We have a 25-year history of China at the World Trade Organization where it hasn't adhered to any of its commitments. So now we're going to strengthen our negotiating tactics with enforcement, but we're not willing to use the enforcement levers because of the markets. The administration has backed itself into a corner. I'm sure they're going to figure out a way out, but it's going to be tricky.
You know well the novel approach to trade that this president has. I want to ask you about kind of the corporate side of these deals. So if you look at what was inked over the course of the weekend, some deals for planes were agreed to as a part of all of this. I think about what's going to happen with conversations with Korean leadership and with Japanese leadership. The Japanese agreed to this very sizable investment they're going to make in the U.S. to get those tariff rates lowered. How complicated work is that going to be to figure that out? And how novel is that to impose upon a country like Japan or have Japan make an investment of that size, which I think is like 10% of their economy?
I think before getting to, I think you touched on this too. I think let's unpack the Malaysia even a framework deal because I think that illustrates the complexity. So part of the framework deal with Malaysia is certainly buy planes, but also open up your markets to more U.S. exports, but also don't restrict exports of rare earths to the United States. But most of the investments in rare earths processing facilities and mines in Malaysia are Chinese, and the Chinese have blocking laws that says you don't adhere to U.S. laws or any laws that conflict with Chinese laws. What is Malaysia going to do? What can it potentially legally do? It's going to have to either give in to China or give in to the United States, and it won't do 100% all U.S. and 100%. It's going to do this balancing act, and we might wake up and realize that what we thought we had agreed with Malaysia isn't going to pan out. Same thing, I think, with Japan. Japan has committed to $550 billion investments here. They don't know what they're going to invest in. They don't know if the critical capabilities in the U.S. they're going to invest in are going to align with where Japan needs to go. And those supply chains are here. And Japan needs supply chains at home. Japan needs, this is the amount that they committed to invest is about 10% of their economy. Yeah. Right? They need to increase military spending and get their supply chains in order too, because China has a choke point on global supply chains in terms of rare earths, industrial diamonds, et cetera. So Japan's in a tough spot as well.
Maybe I could ask you lastly just about the conversations taking place or not taking place in this hemisphere. So we reported today that Mexico is going to have a bit of an extension on delay on as it continues to talk with the U.S. Canada not in that position right now. Those talks are not taking place, and it sounds like there's unlikely to be a conversation between the Prime Minister and the President anytime soon. How are you thinking about the progress of negotiations here in the North American hemisphere?
I think it's very likely that USMCA is going to be renegotiated, but then we're going to have some really strong side deals with Canada separately and with Mexico separately. And the reason is that their asks of them are going to be very different. Our trade and our dependencies are going to be very different. And with Mexico, this is sort of what I alluded to about Malaysia. Lots of Chinese investments in Mexico. And how are we going to deal with rules of origin? How do we treat the the products that are come from Mexico with substantial Chinese origin input into them. That's going to complicate our discussions with Mexico, with the rest of the world when we ask that we impose higher tariffs on goods containing Chinese materials.
Isaac, thank you very much. Great
My
to see
pleasure.
you. Isaac Nakakar here with me here in the studio in Washington, D.C. As we look ahead to more of the president's trip to Asia, he is in Japan, scheduled to meet with the Japanese Prime Minister here in the coming hours, going to visit with U.S. troops there in Japan as well, and with business officials as well. We'll see if we make any headway on that $550 billion investment. Much more to come here on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, across Bloomberg platforms, this is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. On this Monday, October 27th, we are getting ready to wrap up the month of October.
I thought you were getting your Halloween costume ready.
This is my
It's
costume.
Friday.
Did you not see?
Okay.
I don't even know what that
Friday,
means.
Carol. We have until Friday.
Okay.
But that's the end of the first month of the final quarter of the year.
I got to say, by the time we get to Friday, we're going to be like, oh my God, because there is so much going on. We got earnings from the 5 of the Mag 7 this week. We've got NVIDIA's big shindig getting underway actually today in D.C., Tim.
Yeah, and Ludlow is going to be there. He's there already. Also, outside of the U.S., President Trump and President Xi are meeting face-to-face. Oh, the government shutdown is continuing. It's now the second longest in U.S. history. And then, Carol, Jay Powell is putting pen to paper this week, along with other members of the Federal Reserve Board, because there's a Fed decision on Wednesday.
There is. It's only 2 more meetings, one this week and then one in December. So there's a lot going on. Hey, this next 60 minutes, we're going to talk about all of it. Jan van Eck is with us, Chief Executive Officer of Van Eck. So we're going to kind of tie it all together. What does it mean for investors?
Michael McKee from Bloomberg News, International Economic Policy Correspondent. He's going to talk a little bit about Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's Fed finalist and maybe a little preview, too, what we hear from the Fed chair on Wednesday.
I so love the swimsuit competition. Can I just put that out there?
I was not aware of this.
There is no swimsuit competition. It's all about what they will do as head of the U.S. Central Bank. Sorry, it's a little wacky Monday. Hey, also, diplomatic wins ahead of President Trump and President Xi's meeting on Thursday. So U.S.-China trade. You want to know why markets are up, equity markets? This is a good reason why.
Also, something that just feels super relevant in our world right now. Jimmy Wales, he's the founder of Wikipedia. He's got a new book out. He's going to be stopping by the studio. We're going to talk about one thing, and that is trust.
So relevant today. Hey, let's get a check on the trading day on this Monday. So glad to have back with us. He is back, Charlie Pellet.
And delighted to be here. Here's what's going on. We got stocks pushing higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all looking at solid gains right now. Very close to session highs on this back-to-work Monday. Lots of deals going on, lots of concerns about earnings, what that may bring later in the week. And, of course, all eyes on the Federal Reserve. The big story today, though, trade. Wall Street's hopes that the U.S. and China are nearing a trade deal, lifting the riskier corners of the market. Right now, we got the S&P 500 index up 70, 68, 61, where we stand on the S&P. That is advanced right now of just about 1%. The Dow up 215, up by 0.5%. NASDAQ up 1.7%. And the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares lagging but higher, up 0.3%. Tech stocks rallying, at least as measured by our Mag 7 index. 5 out of 7 do report this week. That index up now by 2.7%. 10-year 3.99%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.50%. Gold is tumbling 2.6%. 4,006 was trading below 4,000 earlier today. West Texas Intermediate crude lower little change, down 0.1%. WTI 61.44 a barrel. Qualcomm shares are surging, kicking off the biggest stock rally for the stock since 2019 after unveiling chips and computers for the lucrative AI data center market, aiming to challenge NVIDIA in the fastest growing part of the industry. Qualcomm up now by 12.7% and NVIDIA up by 2.5%. Recapping U.S. stocks trading at a record, S&P 500 index right now up by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, welcome back once again. Charlie Pellet with the Bloomberg Business News Flash. Well, folks, the year is winding down. We've got only 2 Fed meetings and decisions left. The next one, of course, coming in just 2 days from now. We're talking about Wednesday. Ahead of that, one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg on this Monday is about U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who confirmed the names of 5 finalists to succeed Fed Chair Jay Powell, with the president saying he expected to make his decision by year-end. So let's get into it with Bloomberg TV and Radio International Economics and Policy Correspondent Michael McKee. He's here in studio, who, interestingly enough, makes me wonder if this story is that important when he said, you know what you guys really want to talk about? We've got a storm bearing down on us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have, well, not on us, but
not on us. Correct.
You don't want to be in Jamaica. The numbers are really bad for Hurricane Melissa. If you know anything about hurricanes, it's Category 5, 175-mile-an-hour winds. barometric pressure 906 millibars, which would put it like in the top 10 strongest of all time at this point.
All right, well, something we're certainly watching. I know you're also watching, though, as we said, one of the most read stories about Secretary Bessent and the finalists for the Fed chair. Does this mean this is the list?
Numbers haven't changed,
Okay.
unlike the hurricane. The 5 names had been leaked before, and so this is something that the markets have been absorbing for a couple of weeks. So I don't think it's going to have a whole lot of impact on people's thinking at the moment until we get much closer. Bessent said he's going to hold another round of interviews, and that may lead to some further leaks about who he likes or doesn't like. And he suggested that after Thanksgiving, he would send a couple of names to the president to choose from. There's a lot of thought that the president already knows who he wants. He's just not telling us. So doesn't look like it'll take too long for him to settle on someone. And the president said on Air Force One on his way to Asia that he expected to make a decision in December. So of the 5, the 2 Kevins and Chris Waller, Mickey Bowman, and Rick Reeder, one of those is likely the next, either the most powerful person in the world or the second most powerful person in the world, depending on who you're talking to.
Mike, a lot to ask when it comes to these individuals and these names, all familiar to us and to the Bloomberg audience, of course. But in terms of policy, are there big policy differences between them and the way they think about the role of the Federal Reserve?
There's probably less division among them in terms of whether they fight inflation hard. Most of them are hawkish. The biggest difference is in other ways that the Fed operates. There's a couple of them, including Kevin Warsh and Mickey Bowman, who've suggested we get rid of the system that they use now, which is called the floor system. Go back to the corridor system, which is where the Fed intervenes on a daily basis to move the benchmark rate around, like we used to have in until basically 2000 or early 2000s during the financial crisis, when they changed to this new system, which is what most of the world uses. But there are people who would like to make that change, which would be a massive change on Wall Street because the whole infrastructure has grown up around it. And I can see a lot of people on repo desks going, over my dead body, you'll change it. But that, and then there's disagreements among how broad the Fed's powers should be in terms of lending to financial institutions and in terms of doing things like QE going forward.
You know, what's interesting is Fed decisions obviously influenced a lot by the Fed chair, no doubt about it. We've talked with you before about the voices that really count at the U.S. Central Bank. Having said that, it is a group. So I don't know, are we silly to think, okay, there will be still discussions around the table and still a lot of Fed governors that have been there for years?
Oh, sure. That's exactly what you'll get, at least for a number of years while most of the current cast is on board at the Fed. You will maybe get somebody who wants to cut rates more quickly, but they'll get pushback from people. And a lot of this just depends on the diplomatic skills of the chair. The whole thing with the chair is that they talk to everybody, so they have a pretty good idea where everybody sits as they go into the room. And the theory is you try to pull people towards the most acceptable decision and get as much consensus as you can. There's always going to be sometimes some dissents, but try to get as many people on board as you can. So sometimes the chair comes in with an absolute vision of what needs to be done, and sometimes they come in with a divided Fed like we have now, and the chair is going to kind of reflect back the plurality or majority view and try to get people into one corner or another.
Does the process typically play out like this? Are the names floated months ahead?
No, this has been very unusual. We've not had anything like it in my memory, which goes back to when Alan Greenspan was selected. And I know that what happened a couple of Fed chair before that. There's never been sort of a beauty contest like this. There were some names leaked early in terms of who would replace Ben Bernanke. Bernanke came from the Bush staff and as CEA chair, and he had already been on the Fed, so people were kind of expecting him. But with Janet Yellen, she was chosen because she was sort of a very obvious candidate for a Democratic president to appoint. But then when it came time to Donald Trump, he decided she was too short, and Jay Powell looked like a central banker. And so he said—
Is that the truth?
That's what the president has said.
Okay.
To help determine his decision. Both of them were qualified, so we don't know for sure who is the handsomest among this group.
And to be fair, he has said he has regretted his decision to pick Jay Powell. But
well, sure.
I'm curious also, Mike, about this idea of a shadow Fed chair, because there was talk about this a few months ago. Is doing this in public right now, does it undermine the power of Jay Powell, or will it if we get a pick or an announcement in the next few months?
Well, it could. It depends on when we get the announcement, in part because they have to go through the confirmation process, and generally anybody who is nominated for a senior job in the administration, in any administration, shuts up as soon as they're nominated, because you don't want to make anybody mad up on Capitol Hill and not get voted for. So they'd be quiet for a while, and I suppose this is in theory for the seat that Stephen Myron holds now, which would be a 14-year seat, which is why they'd want to put the chair in that. And so they'd want by the end of January, if they can, to get somebody confirmed. So after that, though, then, you know, it's going to be up to the personality of the chair, the incoming chair, whether they want to publicly break with the actual chair.
All right, Mike McKee, thank you so much. We know we'll be leaning on Mike big time this week, especially with that Fed decision come Wednesday. Bloomberg TV and radio international economics and policy correspondent Mike McKee. As we mentioned at the top, though, a lot coming at folks. The Fed meeting, you've got 5 of the Mag 7 reporting earnings, U.S.-China trade negotiations, and more. Great to have back with us Jan van Eck. He is Chief Executive Officer of Van Eck. It has about $133 billion under management, AUM, and he joins us back here in our Bloomberg studio. Jan, great to have you back with us. There is a lot coming at investors. There is this laundry list. What's most important to you when you think about the investment environment and what shapes your strategy right now?
Well, I just in keying off of this monetary policy discussion, I just have to say that the big piano hanging over our heads to me is the federal budget deficit. And since I saw you last, we actually got some pretty good news for fiscal 25, that as a percent of GDP, the budget deficit had fallen from 6.5% to 5.9%. I've been focusing very much on the year that we just started on October 1st, because I think, you know, that's the big risk, right? The Fed, you know, the federal government has to borrow or pay $1 trillion a year.
Yeah.
And sure, the Fed governor, you know, affects that, but what the markets think matters a lot too. And if we can reduce that pressure by having better finances, that's really good news for the market, I think.
But that's not an argument for having not an independent Fed, right? You still want a Fed that does monetary policy according to inflationary pressures and labor pressures.
Right, but what you know, the wonky economists on Wall Street don't want is to have so much debt that you basically are forcing the Fed to use something like Japan did, yield curve control, or some really extraordinary measures. That would really be unwelcome. So you know, we can talk about the personalities and everything, but right now the direction of movement is good compared to coming into the year where we had a lot of fiscal concerns, and the Fed chair would have had a lot more on his plate.
You know, Jan, when you were on with us last, it was about a month ago, it was just before the government shut down, and we asked you about whether or not a government shutdown actually matters to markets. Well, here we are, a month later, and
it's amazing.
It is amazing. I mean, it's the second longest shutdown in history, entering, you know, it's remarkable to see. You said it didn't matter.
Right.
Do you stand by it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any evidence that it has mattered. I think what's really worrisome, though, is the fact that
But it's a dysfunctional government. You have a whole branch of the government that isn't working.
That they don't care, right? Neither party really cares if something bad is happening, if they feel like the other party can get the blame. And again, you know, I don't mean to only talk about the debt problem, but you know, that's really what we all worry about at the end. Like, will we never solve Social Security? Will we cut Social Security payments in 2033 like we're scheduled to?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, those are the longer term concerns.
When you look at this market environment, the other things that are coming, and these are obviously the ones that we just talked about, are super, super big. But I do think about our focus on, you know, these Mag 7 earnings. We get a big drop this week, and we'll learn once again whether these AI investments are paying off. Last time around, we saw it with Meta and some of the other big hyperscalers that these investments seem to make sense at this point. The AI trade, where are you on that?
It's going to continue. We have a compute shortage that's very visible to the whole world. And you know what's really interesting, I did some research on this since we last talked, and OpenAI is really emerging as the giant in this area. So they have 800 million monthly active users. The next biggest, Gemini, has 450, but much more interesting. So your average website is now getting basically traffic coming from the AI chats somewhere between, let's call it 1% at the low end and 17% at the high end. Of the traffic that's going to your average website, like the Bloomberg website or the Van Eck website.
We're not average, just so you know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But go ahead.
Sorry. I can't believe I said that. But of that traffic, OpenAI is generating over 90% of that traffic. They are completely dominating the other Mag 7 companies when it comes to that. Now, on the flip side, they are trying to build out a ton of this compute, and they don't have the money, right? All the other hyperscalers have a lot of revenue.
Not public.
Right, and the revenue is only 40 to 50 billion, and they want to spend hundreds of billions on compute. So that's the one thing that I look at as a potential weakness in this AI trade, but otherwise we've got at least 2 calendar years of demand to deal with.
So you're not seeing ghosts of the late 90s tech crash here?
As I said, the only vulnerability I see isn't this sort of systemic thing. It's one company that's spending a ton of money, and so far they've been able to raise it. Everyone else has got the revenue to cover their spend, right? I mean, they've got the cash flow.
And I'm sure OpenAI can keep raising money. It seems like there's plenty of demand, or maybe even do. Are you doing ChatGPT right now, Carol?
No. I was actually no.
She did just grab her phone.
I did just grab my phone, which is such a no when you're on air. Lisa Abramowitz, who we all she's incredible on surveillance on the TV side, and she said the Mag 7 stocks have accounted for almost half of the S&P 500's 15% gain this year. Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon and Meta are expected to post a combined $360 billion in capex in their current fiscal years and nearly $420 billion next year. So what I'm just wondering is the market, we've talked about that we feel like in the earnings season we're seeing breadth expand. But again, these companies are still so important, right, to the trade.
Yeah, they're really, I mean, we want to ask ourselves, why do they have such a high percent of the S&P 500? And we have an answer, because they're profit dynamos. Not only is their revenue going up, but their employee bases are flat, if not shrinking. So rising revenue, flat costs, because one of the big beneficiaries, obviously, are software companies.
We have 30 seconds on gold. This is where I want to go.
You are going to go there.
Yeah, is that where you were going to go?
I was going to go Qualcomm.
Okay,
go ahead.
so down 8% from its peak. Further to go?
Yeah, 20% correction in the bull market would be my base case.
That's your call, $3,500?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Still not a bad year, right?
Great year. I think the question is, everyone's impatient. They're already looking at their phones and during interviews. The question is, how long does gold consolidate, right?
It was for the goodness of the show.
A whole 12 months of consolidation would bore the market. So we may have one of those situations, but still, we like it long term, for the next decade.
Always fun when you join us. Come back soon again. Jan Van Eck, he is, of course, Chief Executive Officer of Van Eck, joining us here in studio. Hey, we're going to talk about another market catalyst that has to do with U.S.-China relations. It's a big focal point. That when Bloomberg Business Week Daily continues.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks pushing higher with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the green, very close to session highs right now. Stocks are gaining as Chinese and American trade negotiators have lined up an array of diplomatic wins for President Trump and China's President Xi Jinping to unveil at a summit this week. Here's where we stand. S&P 500 index is up 70 now, 68.62. That is a gain of 1%. Dow Industrials up 225, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 1.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 2.7%, with 5 out of 7 Mag 7 stocks scheduled to report later on this week. 10-year 3.99%, with the 2-year 3.50%. Spot gold at 4,005 was trading below 4,000, down now by 2.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude 61.19 a barrel, down 0.5%. Let's make a deal in the banking industry with Huntington Bank shares buying Cadence Bank for $7.4 billion. Huntington down 3.4%, Cadence up 3.7%. And American Waterworks has agreed to buy Essential Utilities in an all-stock deal valued at about $12 billion. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Well, Wall Street's hopes that the U.S. and China are nearing a trade deal definitely lifted the riskier corners of the market today. We've got stocks hitting all-time highs amid a rally in the crypto world. And this, too, as the safety bid waned, we saw gold sinking below $4,000. We just heard from Jan Van Eck. He expects gold to even go a little bit lower from here.
20% correction down to $3,500 per ounce.
But it's had quite a run this year.
Yes, not just this year.
All right, so let's get more on where we are with U.S.-China relations. What's the mood on the ground? We head to Tokyo and to Bloomberg TV White House correspondent Tyler Kendall. It is 3:23 in the morning, so talk about someone who's just really on the go here. Tyler, so Chinese and U.S. trade negotiators, they've lined up what they call, I guess what we are calling an array of diplomatic wins for President Trump and President Xi, which they are expected to unveil at a summit later on this week. What are these wins, and is this really, really a sign of progress?
Yeah, hey, Carol. Well, both sides are expressing optimism that there has been progress, both of them hailing what they called constructive talks over the weekend in Malaysia. Now, the general sense here is that we are likely going to see an extension to the trade truce that is currently in place and set to expire on November 10th, because we heard the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent effectively take that threat of an additional 100% tariff off of the table. It seems to be in exchange for Beijing pulling back and delaying its recently unveiled export curbs on critical and rare earth minerals. We know this was a top priority for the Trump administration going into these talks. The Treasury Secretary also said that China would resume its purchases of U.S. soybeans after it has not imported a single U.S. soybean so far this harvest season, though we are still waiting on those specific details on what exactly this is going to entail in terms of how much they're going to import and how quickly they can get that done, and American farmers can start to see some relief. Now, on the U.S.'s side, the Treasury Secretary maintains that the U.S. isn't going to loosen any of its export curbs when it comes to advanced semiconductors, but our own analysts at Bloomberg Economics say that we can likely expect those threatened but not yet imposed restrictions, such as on critical software or cloud computing, to likely be pulled off the table, because Carol and Tim, the main theme that's emerging here is that we're seeing a pullback in the recent escalation, the recent moves for leverage jockeying ahead of this critical meeting between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. But there are still deep conflicts when it comes to the broader question of a broader trade deal. But this is giving some sense that, at least for now, there's a little bit more certainty after a period of stark uncertainty and a market contrast to the recent escalation of the last few weeks, in hopes of getting a broader trade deal down the line.
You know, we talked about a few things, Tyler. I heard from you on soybean purchases by China, which has been really affecting farmers here in the U.S. We talked a little about rare earths. I'm curious, though, about fentanyl. And have we heard anything from the U.S. side, or at least from our reports regarding the Chinese side, of what the U.S. hopes to have in terms of curbing the arrival of fentanyl in the U.S.?
Well, this is a really critical point, Tim, because actually both sides have said that there have been progress when it comes to the issue of fentanyl. And I'm watching it really closely because I had just outlined recent escalation in the last few weeks. But this 20% tariff linked to fentanyl has been on the books really since the beginning of this second Trump administration. It was imposed back in February using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, over concerns that China hasn't done enough to curb the precursor chemicals that are used to make fentanyl. Now, we haven't gotten specifics on exactly what they are intending to do that led both sides to express this optimism, but that is potentially opening the door where we could see a lessening of that 20% tariff rate. That would actually be a pretty substantial outcome if that does come to fruition with these talks later this week.
What about the stuff that's, I guess, what some call the grand deal between the two sides, Tyler, and that is things like state subsidies, tech competition, national security. I mean, you know, you bring up these issues on either side, and it's a really difficult conversation. Just got about 30, 40 seconds here. Is that stuff that's going to happen later in the week? Is that between, you know, Trump and Xi to talk? How does that come about?
It really feels like right now they are just trying to keep the tension simmered so that they can have those broader talks about what that bigger framework for a trade deal would look like down the road. I'd point you to the fact that we saw on Friday the USTR launched the Section 301 investigation into China's purchase obligations under the first Phase 1 trade deal. So there are a lot of structural issues that do have to be addressed here, as we know that the Trump administration has said that one of their top priorities is rebalancing trade, in their words, and that's going to take a lot more time to hammer out.
Good stuff. I hope you get some sleep. I hope you're allowed to. Bloomberg TV White House correspondent Tyler Kendall, where it is in the wee hours in the morning. She is in Tokyo.
I guess I'm asking, like, put the blinds down, right? Sleeping completely during the day, staying on U.S. time.
That's a little tough. We do it a little bit when we're in California, but it's not even close.
I'm not going to pretend to do anything that what Tyler's doing right now.
All right, let's stay on U.S.-China trade relations. And to something that really caught our attention on our read-in this morning, it was from our Bloomberg Economics team, and it pointed out that even if the two sides, U.S. and China, agreed to extend the current tariff truce, China still faces effective U.S. tariffs of around 40%, about 25 percentage points above the global average. So let's get to it. Jenny Welch is part of that Bloomberg Economics team who put that out this morning. She's Bloomberg Economics Chief Geoeconomics Analyst, and she's out there in our DC bureau. Jenny, so you guys did put out this note. You also said the calm may not last. Prior deals, namely prior truces between the U.S. and China, reached, and then the Phase 1 deal that followed Trump's first trade war with China have proved short-lived. So how are you seeing it? What's the smart discussion we should be having right now about what we are hearing out of Asia?
So I think there might still be a spectrum of options here. On one end of the table, we may have them just agree to extend the current tariff truce, leaving, as you mentioned, those 40% effective tariffs on China in place. Going as far as they might agree to a full deal. They've sketched out here a framework for a deal, which suggests that there are a lot of details still to be worked out. But I think even if we're at that further end of the spectrum where they agree to something comprehensive, all the details are fleshed out, there is still the risk that tensions won't go away, that the structural divides we had between the U.S. and China aren't going to be papered over by this deal. And indeed, that's what we saw with the Phase 1 deal inked in Trump's first term. It took over 2 years of a trade war to get to that deal, and the deal itself only lasted maybe weeks, maybe months, before tensions started to erupt again.
I'm so appreciative of you and the entire team there in D.C. and all over the world that can keep track of all of this for us. It's confusing to me as somebody who follows this as part of his job, but I can't imagine trying to be somebody who runs some sort of business or makes decisions based on trying to understand, okay, what are the tariffs going to be in the future with a country where so much of what we consume here in the U.S. is made. What is a baseline level of tariff that companies should think about when they bring their goods from China?
That's really unclear at this point. China's sitting at 40%. If the U.S. is serious about maintaining this effort, as was the initial argument under the beginning days of this Trump administration, that we're seeking to lower our dependence on China's and reduce our exposure there, then you can't take tariff rates much lower than that, because many of the competitor economies in Southeast Asia that we are notionally seeking to shift supply chains to, they're hovering at about 20% themselves. themselves. So there's not a lot of wiggle room there. At the same time, the leaders in the lead up to this meeting this week have suggested that there's been advancement in discussing cooperation on fentanyl, which is the basis for a huge chunk of U.S. tariffs on China, and might be hinting at the idea that the U.S. is seeking to or is open to the possibility of bringing those tariff rates down. So there's a roller coaster potentially underway on tariffs, and then that's not even getting into things like export controls, so there's also a lot of uncertainty about where they might land.
I mean, what is the U.S.-China relationship in your view? I mean, they don't get along on a lot of fronts. They haven't gotten along on a lot of fronts for a long time. You know, they both want tech and AI domination. They both would like, I mean, the U.S. has it at this point, currency domination, but China would love it. Political ally dominance. Like, there's just so much going on right now between these two. I mean, I feel like it's the ultimate frenemy relationship. Is that fair, and is that just the way it's going to be, and that's what we should expect between two superpowers?
I think when you take a step back and you look at not just this Trump administration's policy towards China, but the last few U.S. administrations' policy on China, there has been a consistent through line of, you can call it strategic competition, you can call it rivalry, but along the lines of there are these structural tensions in the way in which these two countries operate in the world and their interests, and that is likely to persist regardless of who is in power and regardless of what deals can be signed, because they're not going to be able to paper over those fundamental differences and fundamental divergence of interests.
What is the biggest sticking point? If you were to look at the list of issues between these two countries, which is one that these two countries are going to have the hardest time overcoming?
Oh, the list is kind of endless, but when you think about it just in terms of the trade realm, right, President Trump has accused China of engaging in practices that are unfair and that have hurt Americans, American jobs, and the American economy. The kinds of steps that he would want, and Secretary Bessent has referenced China taking to engage in whole-scale reforms of how its economy operates to address those practices, are things that Beijing is not interested in contemplating. So even on that one particular issue of just trade and economic ties, there's a fundamental difference in what these two sides want, and therefore what they're likely to achieve out of any trade deal. But certainly one that appears to be what this one is, focused more on things like purchase commitments and kind of shorter term temporary fixes to a trade imbalance.
So come Thursday, when these two leaders meet, talk, hold a press conference, one would assume, what are you watching out for? And just got about 30, 40 seconds here.
I think the main thing is whether or not they're announcing an actual deal where they have fleshed out all the details, or just a framework for a deal for their teams to work out later, which is what we've seen with, for example, Europe, Japan, and South Korea. If we're in that latter camp, I think that means there's much more uncertainty, because we've seen those frameworks don't always necessarily translate into a fully baked deal or agreement, and we could still see tariffs and tensions rise later on.
All right, great stuff as always. Jenny, thank you so much. Bloomberg Economics Chief Geoeconomics Analyst Jenny Welch out there in our D.C. Bureau. Hey, coming up, something that we're going to talk about, so relevant, Tim, I think it's safe to say, to our current times.
Yeah, the 7 rules of trust. We're going to be speaking with the founder of the household name online reference site that is built on trust. Jimmy Wales, he's the founder of Wikipedia. He's joining us just after this.
That's coming up. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily on a day where we are seeing stocks rally really across the board. So we are up about 1% on the S&P 500, a gain of 1.6% on the NASDAQ 100. More to come on the other side of the break. This is Bloomberg.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S. stocks trading at records. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green. S&P right now up 71. That is an advance of just about 1%. 10-year 3.99%. And gold is at 4,002, down now by about 2.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much for that. Well, we want to get right into this next guest because trust is something that comes up a lot, whether it's news media, whether it's social media, whether it's politics, whether it's business leaders. And our next guest knows a lot about trust. In fact, his business is based on it. Jimmy Wales is founder of Wikipedia. He has a new book out, The 7 Rules of Trust, a blueprint for building things that last. That book out tomorrow. And lucky for us, he joins us right here in studio. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's like a spaceship in here. It's amazing.
Some call it the fishbowl. We call it home. This book about trust, when did you start writing it?
It was a couple years ago. I had some ideas around this, and yeah, just started, and it's obviously turned out to be quite timely as we have a lot of issues around trust in society, and I want to encourage people to let's get back to a society of trust.
You know, it's funny. Carol and I spent a lot of time talking about this ahead of the interview because Wikipedia sort of seems, and look, it's had its challenges, no question, it's had its controversies, but for things that are online, it's kind of this weird utopia in the sense that...
It's kind of remarkable.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. I mean, we know anonymous people online oftentimes are full of vitriol and hate. We can see that even when people use their names on social media platforms. We lock our doors when we leave the house. Why does trust work on Wikipedia, but kind of seems like nowhere else right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, one of the 7 rules of trust that is most meaningful in that regard is purpose. Like Wikipedia has a very simple purpose, which is to build an encyclopedia, and we make all our decisions around that. And the rules about participation and so forth. And that's very different from social media where there isn't a clear purpose other than free speech and openness. And therefore, that toxicity really creeps in quite a lot in social media. People say outrageous things because they get rewarded for it. They get more followers, they get more engagement, and the algorithms love that.
We talk about clickbait all the time.
Clickbait all the time. And, that's very different from the world of Wikipedia where, I mean, thank goodness our headlines are so boring. There's no clickbait. It's like the article on Thomas Jefferson's called Thomas Jefferson, but it does what it says on the tin, that's a very British expression, I'm afraid. But yeah, I mean, I do think that having a simple purpose is a part of what keeps us focused and keeps our community focused.
How do you describe facts? Or how do you determine facts? And I am amazed I've been doing this a few years, and I felt like when I started, it was very clear, fact versus fiction in terms of reporting and doing stories. And I feel like there's a lot of gray area, and I just feel like a fact is a fact. So how do you guys determine what's a fact in an entry?
Yeah, I mean, we're really old-fashioned. Like what we look for are reliable sources. So we want, sort of academic research or quality newspapers, quality magazines, quality books. Really old-fashioned, and the idea that we should treat the New England Journal of Medicine as the same as social media influencer online is obviously just wrong. Like you really want facts, and that's what people want from Wikipedia. They don't want
sources matter.
Chaos. Sources really matter. Like having a good quality source is what it's all about.
But why don't sources matter to everybody? And other people will say, okay, I believe this source is reliable. So like, you know what I mean? Like we are living in like different worlds.
I think that's a huge problem. I mean, I do think, it's really important. I mean, one of the problems that we've seen is that a lot of the media, in response to the changing and very difficult financial model for journalism, they've chased after really partisan audiences. And so, sometimes you read something and you're like, yeah, that was interesting, that was good, but I'm not sure I got both sides of the story there. I live in the UK, and we have just an example, 2 quality newspapers, The Guardian and The Telegraph, left-leaning, right-leaning. They're both great newspapers, but I often read one and I'm like, and then I go read the other and I'm like, yeah, you probably should have been somewhere in the middle, both of you. And it would have been, I think, a better story had you said, well, we got one side of the story, but we actually had to go out and find somebody to tell us a little bit about the other side. You can't be too like, the moon is made of rocks, or is it cheese? Who knows? I don't mean that.
Hopefully
but I mean,
cheese.
seriously, hopefully cheese. But like seriously thinking about like who are we talking to, and are we getting to the bottom of this?
With media, with trust in media here in the United States declining and having declined over the last few years, in your view, is there something that we can do better, that the media can do better, that it can borrow from what has worked at Wikipedia, what has worked with the methods of trust that you've studied, that can make us build trust again with our audiences?
Yeah, I mean, well, the good news is that the financial press, like Bloomberg, is still among the most trusted. And I think that's because by the mandate of what you're trying to do, informing business people and investors, you kind of have to be like ruthlessly objective. You're not chasing after partisan audiences and things like that. But
a
I
lot
do
of what
think
we
that's
do
a
is
big
data.
thing. Big data. Data is important. Transparency. I think, realistically, one of the things that Wikipedia does that's kind of odd is we'll have at the top of a page, the neutrality of this article has been disputed. And I always,
we've all seen it.
Yeah, we've all seen it. And I always say, I kind of wish sometimes the New York Times would put a banner up just saying, we had a big fight in the newsroom. We weren't quite sure.
So like
but
more
we
how the
decided to
sausage is
roll
made
this.
type
But
of thing.
but here's a little bit of their inside thinking. Like we did want to report this. We're not sure we've got the full story yet.
Right.
Because that pretending to be perfection all the time, people see through that, and they know, of course, and I think they're willing to say, yeah, like actually journalism is quite hard, so a little more transparency is always good.
I just want to mention a headline crossing the Bloomberg. Amazon plans to cut up to 30,000 corporate jobs. This is coming from Reuters. The stock right now down about 1.5%. Keep in mind this company does report earnings this week. It is up about 1.5%. So it doesn't look like we're seeing too much stock reaction, at least initially, but those are some big job cuts.
One thing I will note, it follows Target's corporate job cuts as well. Amazon, according to the terminal, has 1.5 million employees. A lot of those, of course, are warehouse employees.
Right.
Not a good portion of those are corporate employees. So worth looking at the numbers here.
It's interesting. We're in an era where maybe people are looking like we need the worker bees, but maybe we don't need management so much. Hey, we're talking about Jimmy Wales, founder of Wikipedia. His new book, The 7 Rules of Trust, a blueprint for building things that last. Do you get pressure a lot from companies, politicians, individuals to like change an entry?
No, not really. I mean, people, I meet a lot of people, and people often are like, well, my Wikipedia entry, what about this? What about that? And I'm just like, oh, yeah, send us an email. Like, we'll have somebody look at that. That's all fine. In general, no. And actually, we're very...
But you're really just saying, just send them an email, and then I'm not going to do anything about it.
Kind of.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, sometimes people have a legitimate point. They're like, oh, well, I did this thing, and it was in the press, and, it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe we just overlooked it, and that's great. But, at a deeper level, one of the things that's really important is, we aren't funded by governments. We aren't funded by sort of major donors. We're funded by people giving their $20. And that makes a big difference for our intellectual independence. We're not worried like, oh, if we've got something negative about whatever, then we might lose our donation.
How is the fundraising going? Because I feel like I've gotten a lot of messages from you throughout the years. Please, from Jimmy Wales on Wikipedia. We've all seen it.
Yeah, we've all seen it.
Is it going okay? Is funding going okay?
It's okay. Yeah, we've been we're stable. We're very cautious with money, so we always try to build our reserves and so on. And then recently, I don't know, Elon tweeted, defund Wikipedia. I think we got about $5 million that day. So,
so you can text Elon. I know you guys have been in touch. You can text him and say, tweet about us again when it gets to the end of the year.
Well, you have had some
conversations to raise money. Yeah.
You have had some conversations with Elon over the years. We're going to take a break, but come back and maybe you could fill us in a little bit on that and continue the conversation. We are talking with Jimmy Wales, founder of Wikipedia. As we said, book, very timely, The 7 Rules of Trust, a blueprint for building things that last. And it is certainly a topic for discussion that we talk about a lot when it comes to politics, when it comes to business, when it comes to financial markets.
Hey, just worth repeating this Amazon news. Shares of Amazon, they're now lower, but still higher, but they've given off some of their gains. Up by about 1% right now. The redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Reuters reporting that Amazon plans to cut up to 30,000 corporate jobs. Those jobs represent nearly 10% of corporate workers. Those jobs cuts are set to start on Tuesday. That, again, according to Reuters.
All right, we're going to continue with Jimmy Wales in just a moment. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, we're continuing with Jimmy Wales, founder of Wikipedia. He's got a new book out. It's out tomorrow, The 7 Rules of Trust, a blueprint for building things that last. Elon Musk, you've had an ongoing relationship or text relationship with him.
I've known him for years, actually, now. I'm getting old.
Aren't we all? I like to think like a fine wine, just getting better.
Yeah.
But he has talked about defunding Wikipedia, and you said, that has brought in a lot of money, so thank you, Elon. What are the conversations that you've had with him back and forth?
He believes Wikipedia has become Wokepedia, which is not true. And I encourage him to a better message is to say, if you feel like Wikipedia's got some bias, encourage people to come and participate, people who agree with you. Don't paint us as like, oh, they're crazy left-wing activists or something. We aren't. And by the way, he's also encouraging crazy left-wing activists to come and bother us, and that's not good either. So, realistically, I can't predict what Elon's going to say or do. He's Elon, he does what he likes.
But what's he like one-on-one? And we're, to be fully transparent, we listened to a podcast, and I think you brought up something about like Elon one-on-one versus Elon,
he's always been,
performer.
Yeah, he's always been very nice to me in private, and civil and so forth. And I've met him in person a few times, and and then he's got a huge public persona, a huge public character, and sometimes I slightly ignore that because I'm like, oh, he's just being Elon in public. If I ran into him, I think we would have a very friendly chat.
Over the last 20 plus years, Wikipedia has kind of lived on despite massive changes with technology. We're undergoing one right now with AI and the way that people are using LLMs. You have said that you are building Wikipedia to last 100 more years. How do you ensure that you do that when you don't even know what technology will be around?
Well, it's true. We have no idea. So I think all we can do is preserve our intellectual independence, keep an eye on the finances to make sure we're not vulnerable, be open and keep our community's mind open and active to say, oh, how do we adapt to new technology? Is there things here we could use? What can we do to preserve our mission, which is free knowledge for everyone?
Well, come back soon. We know you're across the pond, as we like to say, but you're welcome anytime.
Lovely, thank you.
Good luck with the book. Jimmy Wales, founder of Wikipedia, new book, The 7 Rules of Trust, a blueprint for building things that last. That book, it is coming out tomorrow.
I'm Tim Stennebeck along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. Alex, what is on your radar?
Hey guys, well, it is all about Qualcomm today. The company is trying to break into the market for AI accelerators, which are used to create and run artificial intelligence models. This is the very segment that transformed the semiconductor industry and made NVIDIA a household name. So Qualcomm here is trying to challenge NVIDIA. Shares at some point today rose as much as 22%. The stock is up about 13% right now. The company's new AI 200 lineup will start shipping next year. It already has a customer, Saudi Arabia's AI startup Humane, and certainly an enthusiastic reaction today from investors. But Bloomberg intelligence analysts say that it is too soon to call this a serious challenge to NVIDIA. Obviously, it's a behemoth, very hard to compete with.
Yeah, I mean, it was up more than 20%, and now just about a 12% gain. So the excitement still
kind of
there.
waning.
But yeah, exactly. Let's go to Lululemon. What's going on?
Yeah, very upbeat news for them today, given the tough year that they've had. They entered an agreement with the National Football League, as well as sports merchandiser Fanatics, to develop a lineup of fan apparel. This comes as the retailer searches for new ways of growth. The line includes clothes for all 32 NFL teams and will be sold through the NFL and Fanatics shops. The merchandise will include things like hoodies and other core products across Lululemon's key lines. The company's shares are up, it looks like about 2% right now. It was down, though, 53% this year through Friday's
Is this
close.
going after women? Because I know that they've talked about women buying a lot of jerseys and so on and so forth.
This particular lineup, it doesn't seem like it.
It's not going to be like yoga pants with, like,
Maybe
giant
we'll
stuff.
have to see.
I'm trying to understand what the
That
year
would be a lot of
is.
fun if they know what's good for them.
Yeah, maybe the folks over at Lulu are listening, Carol, and they'll come up with some new ideas thanks to Carol Massar.
Custom products for Carol.
No sarcasm. Thanks very much, buddy. This next name, I was kind of surprised, but it is like a top gainer in the major indices today.
It is. There is nothing like some private financing to come to the rescue. Keurig Dr. Pepper is raising $7 billion from Apollo and KKR to help fund its acquisition of JDE Peet's. That's the maker of Peet's Coffee and some other brands. This is meant to ease some of the investor concerns that they had around the company taking on too much debt. Wall Street had expressed a lot of disappointment over Keurig's August announcement to buy the Dutch coffee company for about $18 billion. So this is alleviating some of those concerns. The stock had increased as much as 10%, again, pairing some of that gain about 7% right now, and it's had a really rough run up until today.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see, though, what's going on. All right, good stuff. As always, thank you so much. You're welcome. You're welcome. Our Alex Semenova joining us with Stocks on the Move. Check it out for more conversations like this. 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Hey, folks, we've got a rally underway. We've got stocks higher across the board.
We do. I want to talk about Amazon, though, up 1.1%. The company planning to cut as many as 30,000 corporate jobs beginning Tuesday. Reuters report citing 3 unidentified people familiar with the matter. That reduction would represent nearly 10% of the company's roughly 350,000 corporate employees.
More when we continue. The close is next on TV.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Jamaica is bracing for what could be the most powerful hurricane ever to hit the island. Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 storm, is expected to unleash catastrophic wind damage and storm surges. National Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan.
The potential for 9 to 13 feet of storm surge inundation above ground level near and to wherever to the right or near where the eye crosses the coast here on the southern coast of Jamaica.
Landfall could occur tomorrow morning, but Jason Allen reports from Kingston it's already impacting the area.
Those outer bands of wind from Melissa are really starting to pummel the Kingston, Jamaica area right now, and this is really still just the beginning. The wind has been picking up. There isn't rain or heavy rain right now. It's been coming in bands, so it'll be moderate to heavy for a while, and then it'll back off.
Day 27 of the government shutdown and a lot of frustration among those who were being impacted, like this federal worker in Washington, D.C. at a food kitchen.
That's a problem when you can't find common ground on issues that matter and issues that are important, and when you hold federal government employees hostage over that. It is a bad taste in your mouth.
Federal food assistance could be halted on November 1st. More than 40 million Americans rely on SNAP benefits to help buy food. Democratic attorneys general from nearly half the country are demanding to know if the federal government's main nutrition program, which feeds all those people, will be funded. Christopher Cruz reports.
The 23 attorneys general say recipients of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, benefits will suffer grave harm if money doesn't flow into their accounts on November 1st. They say any delay in providing those benefits because of the government shutdown will have, quote, devastating effects on the children, senior citizens, veterans, and disabled people who rely on the program for their daily meals. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin's providing abortions again a month after pausing them. Matt Piper reports.
The hold was due to federal Medicaid funding cuts in President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Now the Wisconsin chapter of Planned Parenthood waived its status as an essential community provider, and by doing so, says it no longer fits the definition of a prohibited entity under the federal law and can receive Medicaid funding.
Legendary jazz drummer Jack DeJohnette has died. For more more than 5 decades, he was known for his versatility with his wide range, calling himself elastic. He was 83 years old. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. This is CBS News. The subject of a new movie missed last night's premiere. Deborah Rodriguez reports.
What do you think?
Who don't want to be a Neil Diamond impersonator?
The stars, Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson, say they got an emotional FaceTime call from Neil Diamond, who was not there for Song Sung Blue, explaining he couldn't make it to the AFI Gala premiere in Los Angeles. The actors didn't say why, but the singer was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2018. Diamond appeared in a wheelchair at an award ceremony in Colorado earlier this month. Jackman says he asked them to tell everyone he loves them and to keep on singing. Song Sung Blue is based on the true story of a Milwaukee couple that formed a Neil Diamond tribute band. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
In Britain, King Charles has dedicated the first national memorial to LGBTQ plus troops 25 years after the UK ended its ban on homosexuality in the armed forces. This is CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily, with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are less than 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Monday, kicking off a very, very busy trading week. We've got a Fed decision. We've got 5 of the Mag 7 reporting. We've got U.S.-China trade relations going on. And then a bunch of headlines today.
Yeah, it was starting with Amazon planning to cut up to 30,000 corporate jobs. That could represent up to 10% of the company's corporate workforce.
Yeah.
Just comes, remember last week, Carol, we were reading this headline on air. Target to cut 1,800 roles. That's 8% of the headquarters team. If I didn't mention it, Reuters reporting that Amazon plans those cuts.
Maybe AI is starting to help out in corporate offices and you don't need as many people. I don't know.
Depends on what you mean by help out. You could talk to the people who would be losing their jobs and maybe not. But we don't know if this is AI related also.
I don't know.
We don't know.
Or whether, again, I keep thinking, like, do people need the worker bees who are actually doing the stuff at a company, and maybe they're trying to cut management. But you do wonder what it says about individual companies and what it says about the overall economy.
Well, speaking of AI, Qualcomm shares are surging after taking aim at NVIDIA with new chips. Should NVIDIA be worried? Sarah Fryer is going to join us in just a minute. And Carol, speaking of AI, the data center boom that threatens Trump's manufacturing revival.
Got to get into that. Also, it is today's Bloomberg Big Take. Bloomberg Business Week sitting down with New York City mayoral candidate Mr. Mamdani as he works to build a governing coalition by meeting with all comers. Is that what they mean?
Yeah, including
like everybody and anybody,
including the business community that's been backing his plans.
Yeah, so he's talking to all the constituents. All right, lots to come over the next 2 hours, folks, and a lot of earnings after the close as well. First up, though, a check on that trading session. Here is Charlie Pellett.
Thank you very much indeed. As Carol mentioned, lots of moving parts with just about 53 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Do want to repeat those Amazon headlines. Major story developing this afternoon. Amazon said to be planning to cut as many as 30,000 corporate jobs beginning tomorrow. This, according to Reuters, citing sources. Right now, shares of Amazon also ahead of earnings later in the week. Amazon right now up by 1.1%. Bottom line here, stocks are pushing higher. Stocks are climbing on hopes that U.S.-China trade talks will go well. S&P very close to session highs, trading at a record 68.63. Will the next stop be 6,900, up 71 right now? That is a gain of just about 1%. The Dow up 242, up 0.5%, while NASDAQ is higher now by almost 400 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 398, up there by about 1.7%. We've got our Mag 7 Index trading higher by 2.5% right now. 10-year yield 3.99%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.49%. Gold down 2.7%, 4,000 even the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.1%, 61.41 a barrel. A very busy week for tech earnings, as we mentioned on Wednesday and Thursday. 5 firms that account for about a quarter of the S&P 500, Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta Platforms, Amazon, and Apple will all be reporting. Again, recapping here. Stocks higher. S&P up 72, up now by 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellett.
I can't wait for all the earnings. It's going to be a crazy week, but we love crazy weeks here at Bloomberg. We are going to get those big tech earnings. 5 of the Mag 7 getting ready to report, so that's a big week on its own, if you will. And then you've got NVIDIA hosting its GTC Washington, D.C. conference, also a big deal. And then, Tim, let's not forget, we just got a big headline out of Amazon.
Yeah, they're planning to cut as many as 30,000 corporate jobs beginning tomorrow. This, according to Reuters, they cited 3 unidentified people familiar with the matter. That planned reduction would represent close to 10% of the company's corporate workforce, like headquarters.
Corporate.
Yeah, corporate.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what it means. Hey, with us is our Bloomberg News Big Tech Team leader, Sarah Fryer, also author of No Filter, the inside story of Instagram. She joins us from the Bloomberg San Francisco News Bureau. So much going on, Sarah, but let's talk about Amazon. That feels like a pretty big number. 10% of the company's roughly 350,000 corporate employees. It's a report from Reuters citing unidentified people. We haven't yet confirmed it, but what's your initial thought on this?
Well, first of all, we are chasing it, but this is something that the companies all across the board have been doing since the pandemic era. What they call overhiring. A lot of these companies saw the growth in how people were relying on tech during the pandemic. When they were home, they were obviously ordering a lot more from Amazon because they didn't want to go to the grocery store if they were at-home workers, and the company hired to accommodate that. And now they don't need as many people. But I heard your earlier point, Carol, about AI. I think that's part of it. But I also think that part of it is when these companies go through periods of opportunity where they see a lot of growth, they're seeing that trend line and they're hiring for the future. We're seeing it right now with AI. People are building out, these companies are building out data centers. They don't know if they're actually going to need all of that capacity long term, but they better make that deal today or else they might not have it when they need it. So we do see a lot of anticipatory investment from these tech companies over time that sometimes they need to pull back on. In big tech, we haven't seen as big a pullback as we have in the past few years since the pandemic. It's really been a change in the culture, this drive for efficiency, for reducing bureaucratic bloat. And it's not just a line they're throwing out there. We are seeing my colleague Matt Day wrote a really interesting story I encourage everyone to read about AWS and how AWS was at the forefront of cloud, really inventing the market. And in the era of AI, they have fallen back in preference for startups. They had that big outage we talked about last time I was on this show, and some of the employees are attributing that to bloat, to this bureaucratic culture, too many people working on the same things and things not getting done fast enough. So I think, although I hate to see people lose their jobs. I think that is where a lot of this is coming from, the idea that we need these companies in the age of AI to be working faster to try to catch their competitors.
You know, I see a headline like this, Sarah, and I immediately think back to the prominent other headlines that I saw in the last week about big layoffs or mid-sized layoffs at a tech company, Meta Platforms, laying off 600 people who work in AI, and then Target retail, not necessarily tech, but Amazon straddles that, right? And we don't know the details of these layoffs yet. But Target to cut 1,800 roles, 8% of its headquarters team. Taken together, is there a story with these three headlines?
Well, I think that the Meta headline and the Amazon headline are certainly related, because they're all attributed to this idea of trying to move faster, to cut a lot of the, maybe unnecessary workforce, maybe workforce that they do expect one day will be augmented by AI tools, or are already starting to be augmented by AI tools. But like we've said before, we don't know if the AI tools are actually making people more efficient. That right now it's more of a hope that will be the case. Certainly in coding, it's had a big role. I'm not sure, because we haven't been able to confirm the report just yet. I'm not sure if these are roles in coding. When it comes to Meta and AI, it's really interesting because they are still shuffling around the leadership and therefore the direction of this very expensive super intelligence team that they pulled together over the course of a few months earlier this year. And it seems like that is something that could give the potential of a slowdown for that company, but a lot is riding on Meta's AI efforts. Both companies, Amazon and Meta, I think we are going to have a lot to learn from this week in their earnings, which are coming, Meta on Wednesday, Amazon Thursday. So I think that is going to be very key.
Yeah, totally agree with you that I feel like the earnings this week are a big deal, to see that those AI investments are paying off. Hey, in the meantime, we're watching very closely what's going on with Qualcomm. They don't report until November 5th, but I'm looking at a stock, Sarah, that is up 12%. At its highs was up nearly 22% today. And this is after unveiling some chips and computers for the AI data center market. We know this is something that has made NVIDIA just on fire and at the center of the AI universe. What do we know about Qualcomm?
Well, they already have a major customer for these chips in the form of Humane, the Saudi company. And so I think that is giving investors a lot of hope that this can not only give them a very strong position in the AI growth as an alternative to NVIDIA, but also help make up for some of the revenue lost by Apple, who was a major customer, going to in-house chips. So I think they see it as very positive for Qualcomm. Of course, this chip is also getting a lot of buzz for its ability to hold quite a lot of DRAM memory. So I think, anytime that someone can make inroads in chips versus NVIDIA, the stock market is going to reward it, but we'll have to see if they're able to take on some of those big tech customers over time, or what their customer base is going to evolve into if this becomes a big part of their portfolio.
Yeah, time will tell. I was looking at our BI analyst in the Ian King story, basically saying, it's too soon to call this a serious challenge, right, to NVIDIA's dominance. Even modest share gains, though, in the over $500 billion AI accelerator market could translate into billions in incremental revenue. Right, even this pie is so big, and it just seems to grow at this point, Sarah, that even a piece of it, or a decent piece of it, it could be a lot for Qualcomm if it all plays out.
No, absolutely. There's so much data center build out happening right now, and happening over the course of the next few years. I think we're going to continue to see these multi-billion-dollar deals across the U.S. and around the world. So I think that any player that can get in on that build out it's really significant, and I think that the time is really now. Chips don't last very long once they are unveiled. They maybe last 3 to 5 years. before they're obsolete. So I think, for those deals that are in the making in the moment, we're very interested to see what Qualcomm's gonna cook up.
Well, investors definitely their interest is peaked today, although some of the excitement has definitely fallen off. But nonetheless, it's the #1 gainer in the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. Sarah Fryer, thank you as always. She is Bloomberg News Big Tech team leader. She's out there in our San Francisco bureau. Sarah Fryer, also the author of No Filter, the inside story of Instagram. Keep in mind, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet. Who am I leaving out?
Did you say Microsoft?
Oh, Apple?
Did you say, yeah, Apple's this week.
Meta?
Apple,
Yeah.
Meta,
5.
Microsoft, Amazon.
We keep doing this in the newsroom. It's 5 of the max.
If only there
7.
were like an acronym or something.
If only there were a handy-dandy device where you could just look it up. Oh, there is. It's called the Bloomberg Terminal. Do not go away. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher, on track for a record close. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the latest. Right now, the S&P up 71, 68.63 where we stand. That is a gain of just about 1%. The Dow up 245 now, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 1.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index surging now by 2.3%. 5 of the 7 members of that index will be reporting earnings on Wednesday and Thursday. 10-year at 3.99%, the 2-year 3.49%. Gold down $115 the ounce, back below 4,000. 39.98 down 2.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude right now down 0.2%. WTI 61.39 a barrel. Well, certainly lots of moving parts for investors to keep an eye on this week. Earnings, trade, and of course a Fed decision on Wednesday. Meena Krishnan is portfolio manager at Schroeder Investment Management. She was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
The Fed easing, we're looking at a Fed cut later this week, and in total we're looking at 150 bits of policy easing in a little over 1 year. But we haven't really seen some of sectors in the U.S. economy really reflect that, like manufacturing and housing. So going into 2026, if we were to start to see a recovery in manufacturing, that would be one of my signposts to start to look at the small cap, the value names within the U.S.
Meena Krishnan of Schroeder Investment Management interviewed this morning on Surveillance. Lululemon has entered an arrangement with the NFL and sports merchandiser Fanatics to develop a line of fan apparel as the yoga wear retailer searches for new avenues of growth. Lululemon Athletica shares right now, we do have Lululemon trading higher by 2.1%. Among some of the other sports apparel manufacturers, Nike down 1%, and shares of Under Armour up now by 1.6%. Again, repeating our earlier Amazon story, Amazon planning to cut up to 30,000 corporate jobs, that according to Reuters, citing 3 people who are sources. Again, recapping here, stocks higher, S&P on track for a record close, up now by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, let's talk some more about AI, because as our Bloomberg team writes in a new feature for Bloomberg Business Week, the AI investment surge invites comparisons to other historical buildouts and bubbles, such as the construction of the railways back in the 1870s, also the late 1990s flood of capital into fiber optic and wireless networks. Check out this number. Altogether, the largest participants in this boom are expected to pour as much as $4 trillion into AI infrastructure. That's through 2030. This according to Bloomberg Economics. The question is, what are the jobs behind it?
Yeah, it's a big question, right? And that's what we're wondering, especially if you consider some of the things we heard from President Trump on the campaign trail. Sean Donnan and Brooke Sutherland are 2 of the writers of the team behind this feature. Sean is Bloomberg News senior economics writer, and Brooke is Bloomberg News Boston bureau chief and writer for the Bloomberg Industrial Strength newsletter. Sean joining us, Tim, from the Bloomberg Washington, D.C. bureau, Brooke out there in our Boston bureau.
So, Sean, I just want to start with you and put this $4 trillion number into context when it comes to economic growth here in the U.S. over the last few years and those estimates moving forward. How does AI spend figure into growth, and sort of where would we be without it?
Yeah, look, and the answer, and we hear this from all sorts of analysts and economists right now, is that the U.S. economy would look a lot weaker right now if it wasn't for this AI investment boom. There's something like $400 billion in CapEx being spent this year. That's adding as much as a percentage point to growth, or that's certainly what it added in the first half. People are thinking about next year and thinking that it's going to add 1.5% percentage points to growth next year. That's significant in an economy that's growing at 2 to 3%. And it's just this thing that is enormous, that's historic, but it's also something that's masking weakness in other parts of the economy and may, in fact, be, some people think, causing weakness in other parts of the economy, like manufacturing.
And that's what we want to talk about. This on a day, I got to say, guys, I feel like every day there are multiple stories or multiple headlines about the AI spend, and it just ties into what we're talking about. One, crossing the Bloomberg, NVIDIA and Deutsche Telekom plan a €1 billion data center in Germany. Not the U.S. economy, but this is happening around the world. Sean, come on, Brooke, come on in on this conversation, because the president was very clear on the campaign trail about wanting to bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States. But we keep asking guests, is the AI spend squeezing out CapEx spend in a lot of other areas, or just spend overall in other areas, including manufacturing?
I mean, I think that's the real question. And, you know, to Sean's point, just the flood of capital into these AI data center construction projects is really just staggering. And what you constantly hear in the U.S. is that we do not have enough workers in the construction and the manufacturing field. And so from a construction standpoint, as you talk about wanting to reindustrialize the U.S., I think there's a legitimate question of, can you do that at the same time as you were building all of these data centers? Can we do both at the same time? And you know, not just from a worker perspective, but also from an energy need perspective. And then, you know, in terms of where the capital is going, to your point, I do think the return is a lot better on data center projects right now than it is for much of the manufacturing industry, which really has been, you know, in a slump for the better part of 3 years outside of those industries that cater specifically to data centers. So things like electrical equipment or gas turbines are seeing really robust demand from those technology comments, whereas everything else has been really, really sluggish and also, you know, hit harder by the impact of tariffs and the uncertainty that unleashes.
Okay, Brooke, I'm glad you brought up tariffs because there's a really important paragraph in this story that talks about the effect that some of the companies in the industrial space have had as a result of these tariffs. I mean, we're talking billions of dollars here. Of the companies that you cover in the industrials world, Brooke, how have tariffs affected them?
I mean, I think tariffs have really kind of put a hold on a lot of things from manufacturers' perspective. What I hear over and over again from CEOs is it almost doesn't matter what the actual rate is. Of course, it does matter, but they just want to know what it is. And then they can adapt to that. They can move their factories or they can rejigger their supply chain and shift, you know, certain things around to try to mitigate the impact. What's hard for them is when the rules of the game are constantly changing. And we're seeing that continue to play out where there's new tariffs announced or taken off or different deals struck with different countries. And that's very difficult if you are a CEO and trying to figure out what to do with your business, especially in an industry like manufacturing where these investments are very long term and you need to sort of forecast what the world is going to look like a few years down the road. And if you don't really know what the world looks like today, it's a lot harder to think that far ahead. And, you know, one of the things that's interesting here is that, you know, the Trump administration has been more willing to look at exemptions for certain things that play into the data center market, but not everything. And, you know, the electrical equipment manufacturers, you know, have pushed back against some of these tariffs that do hit them because they're already struggling to keep up with all the supply that we're seeing from data centers, and tariffs make doing so even more expensive.
No, but it's interesting, right? I mean, Sean, I mean, this idea that the Big Beautiful Act that was passed, one Big Beautiful Bill Act that was passed, I mean, there were a lot of folks within the manufacturing sector, if I think about the National Association of Manufacturers that you guys include in this story, that campaigned in favor of this legislation, but as it's turning out, they're maybe not so necessarily sure that it's going to be that helpful.
Members over the summer, and one of the things that they found was that manufacturers as a group were planning only a 1% increase in CapEx over the next year, which is kind of right in line with what we've seen in previous years, and that's not even adjusted for inflation. I think one of the key points if you talk to manufacturers is in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, there are these provisions that would allow them to claim back the cost of capital investments and that there's kind of beneficial tax treatment there. But at the same time, this is an administration that has tariffs in place on a lot of machinery from overseas that would be needed to kind of fulfill that capital investment to come in. So if you're bringing in a machinery from China, you're facing a 50% tariff on a multi-million-dollar machine going into an American factory. That's a huge cost. And that's very different from what you've seen on the AI and data center side. So April 11th, a few days after Liberation Day, the administration quietly on a Friday night put out some pretty significant exemptions for consumer technology, but also things like AI servers and other components that go into data centers. So that AI investment boom is also largely, although not entirely, as Brooke says, a tariff-free boom, whereas on the manufacturing side, all of the machinery that would go into those future factories now faces tariffs, whether it's coming from Europe or Japan or China. And that is also something that puts a real damper on investment plans and raises questions over the costs. And those are kind of constantly moving costs as well.
Brooke, I'm so curious about the way that in your world of industrials, the way that AI you know, if we look at like second order effects here, okay, if this stuff gets built, and if maybe American machines and manufacturing equipment to a certain extent are used to build it, then do we get to a world where the companies in your universe are able to increase productivity as a result of the technology that they helped bring to fruition?
I mean, that's sort of the goal. And if you talk to, you know, industrial CEOs, they will say that, you know, yes, there are short-term constraints here, particularly around people and power, but it's also an opportunity to rethink the way we do things. And maybe we don't need to keep doing everything the same way that we always have. And we can, you know, sort of push technology to that next frontier, whether that's relying more on sort of prefabricating parts of, you know, a building off-site to help improve productivity and reduce the risk of errors, whether it's leaning more on automation in the factories, although, of course, automation in the factories does sort of raise the question of, well, how many jobs is this reindustrialization effort going to provide? And so, you know, I do think industrial companies will rise to the challenge and try to figure out how to solve for some of these shortages, but I think there are bigger questions about the longer term ramifications of that, especially if your goal is to create a bunch of manufacturing jobs in the U.S.
Well, just got about a minute or so left here, and Sean, back to you. I mean, you guys, like, I guess time will tell, because there is a line in this reporting that you guys did in this story: if the future of AI is as rosy as its backers painted, then a broader swath of manufacturers will eventually reap benefits from the technology too. Ever more intelligent robots will boost productivity in American factories. You know, you're going to need lots of things to build out these data centers, and that plays into the manufacturing economy. But John, time will tell on this, and only got about 45 seconds here.
Yeah, look, time will tell, and the big question and the big kind of political economy question is, how will people make out? How will workers make out in this, right? We think about AI as something that could make a lot of us obsolescent at some point, hopefully not, but in the manufacturing environment, you can envision kind of highly automated factories that don't lead to a lot of employment, and, you know, that is the big promise from Donald Trump going back to his first term, is, you know, to bring the factories back, to bring the jobs back. And right now, on the manufacturing side, you know, the U.S. is down 42,000 jobs since April. That's just not happening.
All right. I got to say, though, you guys, the way you kick it off and weave through the GM plant in Lordstown,
that is the place
Ohio,
that is the perfect anecdote.
Highly recommend everybody read it, because you weave through it and how it tells this story so well, as you both did. Sean Don and Brooke Sutherland, thank you so much. Sean, Bloomberg News senior economics writer. Brooke is Bloomberg News Boston bureau chief and writer for the Bloomberg Industrial Strength newsletter. You can get that wherever. Just check out the Bloomberg or go to Bloomberg.com and you can get that newsletter. Folks, really appreciate it. Hey, we're coming up on 26 minutes to go. We've got a rally underway. We're counting you down to the close on this Monday. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell on Wall Street. We are at the best level of the day. Right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are climbing today as U.S. and China closed in on a trade deal. The Dow's currently up 311 points. S&Ps are higher by 77. The NASDAQ, that's up 1.8%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 3.99. Gold and oil are in the red, but Bitcoin, that's higher by 1.3%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and telecom. Consumer staples were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, NVIDIA and Microsoft, while Walmart fell 1.6% and led to the downside. In the tech space, Qualcomm spiked intraday on a report they are taking aim at NVIDIA with new AI chips. And in deal news, SAP is said to have made a bid for software firm BlackLine, but was rejected. Wrapping things up, Google traded to a fresh all-time high. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Best level of the day for the U.S. equity market, on track for records. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAK, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. We've got just about 19 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday. Bill and Charlie, of course, breaking down the trade here. We did see stocks spike up to a new high for the day and just coming off of it, but still 1.1% higher on the S&P 500. NASDAQ 100, a gain of 1.7%. This ahead of a very busy week, including a Fed meeting, 5 of the Mag 7 reporting, U.S.-China trade talks. We are expecting some news come Thursday when the two leaders, President Trump and President Xi, meet. So it's a lot.
Was that everything? Was that exhaustive?
I'm sure it's not everything.
No, there's going to be more. It's only Monday, and
Yeah.
there's a lot happening.
There is.
I want to know how Sarah Hunt is looking at all this. She's partner and a chief market strategist at Alpine Saxon Woods. The firm has about $850 million in assets under management. She's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I guess we should probably start with trade because that is what is pushing this market higher today. Dare I say, or ask you, is it getting ahead of itself, given that we don't know if this deal will happen?
I think that's been one of the biggest questions all year, because when you had the meltdown earlier in the year in April, and then you started to see those deadlines move around and all those things change, and markets were much happier with that, right? Because they didn't want to hear those draconian numbers. They didn't want to see that happen immediately. So you've seen things continuously move around. So I'm sort of surprised that there's enough surprise in the headlines every time we get one that it does do that. But in the end, if we can get things sorted out so that you don't have pecuniary tariffs anywhere, or at least not as bad as we thought they were, there is a relief to that. And I think that that's part of what you're seeing. And I do think that there's a de-escalation of tensions, because the rare earths thing has really been an issue ongoing for the last several months. So I think that all those things together and the low CPI print on Friday really helped.
But we still have, as we mentioned earlier, Sarah, China still faces effective U.S. tariffs of around 40%, about 25 percentage points above the global average. I mean, we are in a different tariff environment. So I agree that I think, flooding the zone, we're all exhausted, so we just want things to land, and we almost don't care where they land, which is kind of crazy, because they're landing at different marks that are going to impact profitability, it sounds, of companies. So that's going to have an impact, and I'm not quite sure when it starts to really, really show.
And I think that that's also the million-dollar question, because that has been the issue going forwards. What's going to happen to margins? What's going to happen to pricing? What can consumers absorb? What can companies absorb? And the truth of the matter is, we haven't really seen the effects of a lot of those tariffs because a lot of them came and went, and or they get suspended, or you get carve-outs, or you get different pieces. It's very difficult to pinpoint exactly who's paying that 40% right this minute.
Right.
And until you start to see it come through earnings and until companies start to talk about it, it becomes more and more difficult for people to put in their numbers. So right now, numbers look very good, and I think the third quarter is going to be pretty good. This week is going to be a very big week because we have a lot of people reporting, and that's going to be very important how that comes out. But where we go with those and what that does to margins, I think, is the biggest question that we still don't have an answer to.
Is that when, not if, these companies start to see the effect of these tariffs?
It is definitely a when and not an if, but the when keeps moving around, and that's why it's hard to take a victory lap, which some have done and said, well, there's no real effect of this because you've seen the earnings still be very strong, when in reality, we don't really know what the effects are going to be because you keep pushing things around and inventories have been pulled in.
So then how do you position for that?
You try to find places where you think you are not in as much risk as you would be if the inventory picture is not good enough and or changes and you don't get a chance to reduce that or to put that inventory back in. So a lot of the places are going to be obvious. The technology stocks are part of that, although you have seen NVIDIA have issues with being able to sell and then not sell chips and everything else. It's the cash generative areas. The places where you know that there might be some pain, it's almost more to avoid it. I mean, I wasn't thinking about Mattel when I started this, but if you think about something like Mattel, that was a very bad situation for them, and that you are seeing that now, and you will see that in other areas.
But it's not like we're going to see Barbies built here in the U.S.
No, that's one of those things where you'd almost think that like certain things are going to need a carve out because you're not going to bring them back. Whether or not toys are going to end up getting that, it doesn't look like it right now. But no, there are certain things that it doesn't make any sense to do that with.
Well, maybe Barbie's a good example because what did the president say about Barbie earlier this year? Maybe if we only got one Barbie at Christmas, it's
kids, girls,
something like that.
Whoever. Don't need
two Barbies instead of 30.
I don't know. When I was growing up,
that was what he said.
The more Barbies,
Thank you,
the
Ari.
merrier.
Ari is chief. I was going to say he's chief Barbie buyer in his house.
Well, he's got a daughter. What I'm wondering is, are we though moving towards an environment where we're not going to have companies that are as profitable as they were before, which is kind of mind-blowing because we just saw the banks being really profitable. The earnings season, we're seeing it broaden out, that a lot more companies seem to be coming in with some strong profit numbers, revenue numbers too.
It's one of the biggest conundrums because in the end, to maintain that profitability, if you do start to have things like tariffs bite, what do companies do? They get rid of costs. How do you get rid of costs? You get rid of people. So what do we not have right now? We don't have any employment stats, right? We don't have any statistics on what's going on.
Although Amazon is cutting, what, 10%, 12% of its corporate
10%.
workforce. We just got that today.
I saw that note before I came in here, and I thought this is one of those issues because you end up with having unemployment problems, and that is going to be fine potentially for margins for some period of time, but they can't do that forever.
Right, because we're the people who spend, right? And if we're not working, we're not spending. You know, it's interesting. Drew Mattis, Chief Market Strategist over at MetLife Services and Solutions, was on with us last week, and he talked how looking at the K-shaped economy, but just saying it's not okay. And he was really talking about the upper rung of the K, that even upper income consumers like maybe these corporate folks at Amazon who have had good salaries and good benefits, but if they're being let go, then we've got a problem, right? If the upper end of our economy is also going to maybe be struggling.
Well,
we know the lower end has been.
Right.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say, and it's harder to get another job, too, because people stay in jobs longer, and there isn't as much movement right now, and that's an issue as well. And I'm sure that there are a lot of people who are going to be surprised by that in Amazon, because nobody was looking at Amazon saying, oh, we really think that they're about to lay off a bunch of people. Sort of like when Meta laid off a bunch of people on the AI side.
Yeah,
when
600
they had been
people last week, it was announced.
On the AI side. Now, those guys were not getting paid very little. They were probably getting paid quite a bit.
Right.
And that's so yes, you're into that layer of the people who are getting paid quite a bit of money who are now looking at losing their jobs.
So just 30 seconds on the labor market. It's okay? Weak?
It's not
weakening.
Moving.
Needs a Fed cut?
It's well, and is a Fed cut going to save the labor market too, right, is the other question. But it's also, there's been less movement, and it's hard to tell what's going on because you also have the immigration story behind that too.
Yeah.
So what is the right number? What's the break-even number? And all of those, we don't know the answers to all those questions, and now we don't have any data. So it just makes it much more complicated.
20 seconds. Do people want to still put money to work in this environment?
They have to a great degree, right? Because sitting in cash, especially if we're going to cut rates, that lower end of the money market is going to start to come down, and people are going to start looking at it. And also, when the market moves up like this, people feel like they want to participate.
FOMO. Okay, good stuff. Come back soon. That was really fun. Sarah Hunt, partner and chief market strategist at Alpine Saxon Woods. They've got about $850 million in assets under management. What?
On the top of the economy, just a little preview of what we're going to be talking about on TV. The private jet tax perk has set off frenzied demand from the ultra rich. That
I just bought a jet, didn't you?
And here we are, flying commercial, you and me. I don't know what's going on.
Just not fair. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, folks, just under 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday, our last trading week, full trading week in October, and then we get into November. Having said that, we have seen, I should say, in the last, 45 minutes, half hour, so we've seen an uptick in the U.S. equity trade. So we moved up to kind of a higher level. So we're looking at a record on Wall Street again, 1.2% higher on the S&P 500, up 1.8% on the NASDAQ 100. But even so, you look at the S&P, about 295 names higher, 205 to the downside. So it's not like it's an all-in. It's like an even split.
Hey, Carol.
Why are you smiling?
I'm smiling because I was thinking back to a moment this weekend, a conversation that I had with my wife, who is a normal person. I have to say that because...
Not to be confused with you?
Yeah, for two reasons.
Our
One,
media people.
Not to be confused with me, but also not somebody who, she has a real job, so she doesn't sit in front of a computer and look at news all day. So, she actually has to do other work.
No offense, but I actually do work, so I don't know what you're doing over there.
Yeah, but a lot of our work is like news.
It is news.
Reading and understanding what's going on.
That's work.
She said, we were on a long drive together. She said, what's up with this Canadian ad that I've been hearing about?
And you're like, well, let me...
And I was like, I'm so glad you asked. Because we're going to hit some traffic right now. And Nothing that she likes more than being Tim-splained about a news event.
I can only imagine. So, why don't you explain?
Okay,
it
so
to
we
us?
bring this up because we all know what happened on Friday. If you're listening or watching us right now with that, with that Ontario ad.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was an anti-tariff TV commercial
with Reagan.
that used Ronald Reagan, a piece of a speech where he actually was pro-free markets for the most part.
It really upended trade negotiations between the U.S. and Canada.
President Trump did not like it.
Well, now we're learning the leader of Ontario declined to apologize for sponsoring an anti-tariff TV commercial that President Trump used as a reason to terminate high-stakes trade talks with Canada. Here's what Ontario Premier Doug Ford told reporters at the province's legislature in Toronto. We've achieved our goal to make sure that conversation starts with the American people and with their elected officials. And my goodness, it started all right. The best ad that ever ran, I'll tell you, is what he said.
Sounds like he's pretty happy with what he did.
Sounds like he's pretty happy.
But
the best ad that ever ran. What does that sound like?
President Trump.
It does. And our bureau chief there said there are a lot of sort of corollaries between these two leaders.
Yeah, that they're kind of similar.
Yeah. Mirror images,
critters.
I think is what she said.
And they also said the Ontario Premier and the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, they're not necessarily of the same ilk, if you will, in terms of their take on things. So it was kind of an important distinction.
Did it undermine what Prime Minister Mark Carney, who should note has been on the Bloomberg board in the past,
yes,
and we've interviewed him in the past when he was at Brookfield.
Correct.
Did it undermine what he was trying to do?
Well, he did say that there were talks at that moment. So I guess you would say yes. Although, as we heard from our own team on the ground there, saying that, U.S.-China, whoops, there was a Freudian slip, U.S.-Canada relations, that they're going to be different going forward. That's the way it is. China is, there we go again. Canada is looking at selling its wares to other parts of the world and pulling away from the United States. And once you start to kind of develop those relationships, it might be tough to go back to what it was.
I think this is the appropriate time to note that the Blue Jays and the Dodgers are tied 1-1 in the World Series.
Thank you, Ari.
And that's
Did he
why
just feed that into you?
Game 3 is tonight. Okay. Yeah. How do we both know
in
that?
LA.
I know that at the same time.
I know.
Because producer Ari, always for the save when it comes to anything related to sports.
Not us. Anyway, interesting story. And I will say it got everybody talking about
Well, that's why he wanted the ad to run until Monday, was so it would run over the World Series.
And I think it's interesting. We just came off of a conversation with Sean Donnan and Brooke Sutherland about, the president initially on the campaign trail wanting to bring back manufacturing jobs. You know who manufactures things? Car makers. So it's kind of interesting against all of that. You done?
I think we have to be done.
Okay, we
That
do.
music means we have to be done.
Pavlovian. That's what we are. We hear music and we go in a certain direction. Hey, folks, we have stocks pretty much at our highs of the session. We're looking at a record on Wall Street. Over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Katie Greifeld, taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast. Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic join us from the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. Carol Masser, including our partnership with YouTube here on yet another record-setting day across the board here in the United States.
Kind of wild, right? And you just look at the last half hour or so, we've seen stocks move up to their highs of the session. This on a day where also, the momentum just building here into the close. It's a big week. Fed meeting, 5 of the Mag 7 reporting, U.S.-China trade talks. There's a lot coming out of investors. We'll see if the enthusiasm holds all week.
Apple, Meta Platforms, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Amazon. And Katie, I wonder if there will be questions on the call about the Reuters report about the layoffs that are happening, scheduled for tomorrow or set for tomorrow, according to Reuters, at Amazon HQ.
Have to imagine. So interesting to see not too much movement in the stock on the heels of that report that Amazon laying off 30,000 corporate workers, saying basically that they overhired, which is interesting because that was the narrative a couple years ago when it came to a lot of these big tech companies announcing their layoffs. But we had kind of gotten away from that, but certainly that narrative coming back with this Amazon report.
Yeah, and we should point out, this is going to be, of course, the busiest week for earnings of this season so far, and that includes today. We get some names that could have some consequence to the market, like NXP Semiconductor, Cadence, which is also in the semiconductor software space, Whirlpool, and a few others, including Avis Budget, too.
Yeah, got a day where we're seeing the VIX at just under 16, so a lot of complacency in the market environment on a day when we're going to probably see another record here from me.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of reasons to clap and cheer here on this Monday afternoon. Green across the screen for U.S. equities and record highs pretty much for everyone who wants one. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up more than 300 points or 0.7%. That's a record high. The S&P 500 up more than 80 points or 1.3% to a record high. The NASDAQ Composite and the NASDAQ 100 each up roughly about 1.8 to 1.9% to record highs. And look at this, the Russell 2000, which is your relative laggard on the day, it's only higher by about 7 points or 0.3%, 2520. If that holds, as we wait for these numbers to settle, that will be, by less than 1 point, a record high.
All right, folks, we already have some earnings crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Just quickly go to it. Avis Budget, third quarter revenue, slight beat, $3.5 billion. Street estimate was for $3.45 billion. And then just talking about third quarter Americas per unit fleet costs down 20%. So basically revenue meeting estimates. Let me just see what else we got. Yeah. That looks like what we've got so far, and we're looking at the stock unchanged here in the aftermarket, so we'll keep an eye on it. Hey, S&P 500, let's go back there. Record on Wall Street, highs, finishing near our highs of the session. Katie, 322 names in the S&P 500, actually gaining ground today. 178 to the downside, 3 unchanged.
And certainly when you take a look at the sectors, you saw that strong breadth as well. 9 sectors in the green, that circle almost totally green. 2 sectors in the red. Communication services, big tech, consumer discretionary, those are some of your biggest gainers when it comes to the sectors. Consumer staples and materials, your lone 2 sectors in the red, really points to this risk-on appetite that enveloped this Monday session. As Romaine pointed out, materials being down could point to optimism over U.S.-China trade talks, and consumer staples lower on the day, being your biggest loser, certainly bullish as well.
All right, lots of green there. So let's get to some individual gainers. Got to talk about Qualcomm. Everybody talking about Qualcomm. Number 1 gainer in the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100 today, up as much as almost 22% intraday, finishing the day with a gain of 11%. Largest maker of smartphone processors, unveiling chips and computers for the lucrative AI data center market, and they really are looking to challenge NVIDIA in the fastest growing part of the industry. So that definitely caught investors' attention. We got some more earnings, Romaine.
Yeah, let's just hit Cadence since we're talking about chips, a big software design company used by a lot of the folks in the chip space here. EPS in the most recent quarter did beat $1.93. The street was looking for $1.79. Revenue in the most recent quarter also beat $1.34 billion. The street was looking for $1.32 billion. And more importantly here, we talk about the growth in this company, 10% revenue growth on the top line, the bottom line, decent growth there as well, about 17%, and a widening of the operating margins to about 47.6% here, though the shares are moving lower in the after-hours trade, and here's why. We're now taking a look at the guidance going forward for the full year. The company says it expects $5.26 to $5.29 billion. It had previously had a range of $5.21 to $5.27 billion. We'll try to get you some more details on this and try to explain why such a negative market reaction.
Let's quickly get over to Bed Bath & Beyond, also reporting earnings as well. You can see the stock is moving higher after hours. That is because when it comes to third quarter net revenue, that came in at $257.2 million. That is actually just shy of estimates, which had been for around $260 million. But then you take a look at the third quarter adjusted EBITDA loss. That came in at $4.94 million. The estimated loss had been for $10.5 million. So much better than expected when it comes to the expected loss, the third quarter adjusted EBITDA loss. You can see shares flying right now, Carol, now up 10% after hours.
Yeah, speaking of stocks flying in the aftermarket, I want to go back to Avis because that stock is up about 9% here in the aftermarket. So investors liking some of what we got from the company, specifically third quarter adjusted EBITDA really surpassing Wall Street estimates. We're looking at $559 million, up 11% year over year. Estimate was for $538.7 million. So we're seeing some strong numbers from that company, and we're seeing it certainly move higher in the aftermarket. I'm going to go back to some individual gainers as we wait for some more earnings. Keurig Dr. Pepper, have to mention, up 7.6% at the close, among your top gainers in both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. Keurig Dr. Pepper raising $7 billion from Apollo and KKR to help finance its acquisition of JDE Peet's MV. So you know the company's planning to separate its beverage and coffee businesses by the end of 2026. Also reported third quarter sales of $4.3 billion. And then Cadence Bank, just quickly, up 4.4% here in today's session. That after Huntington Bank shares agreed to buy the bank for $7.4 billion. So we continue to see consolidation, certainly, among the regional banks out there. All right, Tim, over to you.
Well, speaking of, go ahead.
Sorry, just there was some news crossing the wire right now. Carol, we talk about Citizens Bank, First Citizens, excuse me, and Park National Bank, a tie-up there. That headline just crossing the wire.
Well, every one of my movers to the downside this afternoon has to do with M&A or potential M&A here. I want to start with Newmont. Shares falling today. This is of course, the gold, copper, silver, zinc, and mining company, down 5.7% on the day. Gold declined today, yes, down about 8.4% from those all-time highs earlier this month, but also Newmont is studying a potential deal to gain control of rival Barrick Mining's Nevada gold assets, that according to people with knowledge of the matter. Once again, shares down at 5.7%. I know, Romain, we got some more earnings.
Yeah, Whirlpool earnings out. The company reporting net sales that it looks like coming in above expectations, about $4.03 billion. The street was looking for 3.93 ongoing EPS, basically on a continuing basis, $2.09 a share. The street on average was looking for about $1.40 per share here. The company also says that for the full year, it does see EPS of about $7 per share. It had previously provided guidance of $6 to $8 per share. So basically now hitting in the middle of that guidance, and the middle of that guidance at $7 a share is higher than the average of street estimates, which were looking for about $6.41. You see a 1% pop here, Tim, in the after-hours trade.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the press release, looking for commentary from Mark Bitzer, somebody who I know you guys have spoken to quite a bit. We've spoken to him as well. He said that the fundamentals of the business remain strong. They're confident that the newly announced investment in our U.S.-based laundry facilities will continue to fuel our future growth. Jim Peters, though, the CFO, saying that the third quarter results continue to be impacted by the inventory loading from Asia competitors, though they're focusing on what is within our control and delivered cost takeout in line with expectations, putting us on track to achieve approximately $200 million of cost takeout in 2025, Katie.
Yeah, really interested to see some of the details coming from that earnings call specifically. A lot of different angles in which Whirlpool is interesting, especially when it comes to consumer sentiment, but also when it comes to this company, how they're managing that inventory. I will say, you take a look at the shares down about 32% through the close year to date, and then over the 5-year basis down 52%. This is certainly a company that has had a rough go of it.
Yeah, and ahead of earnings, we saw more than 17% of the float short. So, you know, if there's some little signs of improvement, you might see some short covering and maybe explain some of the trade, but we'll keep an eye on it as it continues to bounce around, certainly in the aftermarket. But we have seen pop to the upside, 1.6% higher on Whirlpool. All right, guys, don't forget NXP Semi also coming out after the close a little bit later on today. That's a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Katie and Romain continuing there on the close on BTV, and Tim and I continuing on Bloomberg Business Week Daily right here on Bloomberg Radio. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Lots of earnings, but it's nothing compared to what's coming in the next few days.
I got to say, there's been so much going on that I'm like, oh, yeah, election just around the corner for so many of us. I don't live in New York City. I live just outside, but we got some big elections.
We do have some big elections, and I got to share with you an anecdote. He might be listening right now. I will not mention his name, but I met him for coffee the other day. He lives in Chicago, and he was asking about the mayoral election, and he was like, So wait, which Cuomo is running? And it was a good reminder. It was a good reminder for me to like really make these conversations big picture for people who might not be in this stuff each and every day.
It's a really good point, right?
Yeah.
We are in it, though.
We are in it. And you know who else is in it? Fola Kinabe, Bloomberg City Lab reporter, Laura Namias, Bloomberg News, New York politics reporter. They are in it. And it is today's big take. They interviewed Zoran Mamdani. He is the front runner. He's a Democratic nominee. He's a 3-term state assembly member from Queens. He's got a slim legislative record. He's running against former Governor Andrew Cuomo, also Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa, to be the next mayor of New York. Both of them, not the candidates, Fola and Laura, they join us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. The focus of the piece, guys, was about how he's been meeting with the leaders of the business community that have been bashing his plans. First, Laura, what are his plans? For people who haven't been following this day in, day out, how would you describe Zoran Mamdani's plans?
Well, he actually has done a really good job of summarizing it in a digestible way himself. He's running on a platform to make buses fast and free, provide universal childcare, and to freeze the rent in rent-stabilized buildings where the city has some control over the rent. Actually doing that is harder than those slogans, but that's what those are his big promises.
So Fola, come on in here because you sat down with Mamdani at his headquarters down in Chelsea. He was wearing a suit and tie, which seems like he always wears even when he's riding a city bike or walking the entire length of Manhattan. He made a comment to you that was in the piece that I thought was really interesting. They love the free buses, but they don't like the taxes, is what he hears from some of these business leaders. Expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think we sat down at an interesting time for him and for the campaign. He's coming off a primary campaign where he was really an underdog, right? He in February was polling at 1%, and then for him he then sort of exceeded expectations, won the Democratic primary, and now is sort of running as the front runner. And one of the things he said to me was that the strategy for the primary and for the general election campaign were similar in some ways, because he really, like, the goal was to meet as many people as possible. And so he was now taking his sort of campaign to the business community and trying to shake hands and meet folks and explain who he is and where he's coming from. And I think what he's finding and what he says he's found is that once people have met him, they're sort of receptive to parts of his platform, and he's trying to sit with that.
Well, who's courting who or whom? I never got that right.
No,
thank you very much.
Second time, that was right.
Fola, is it Mamdani courting Wall Street, or is Wall Street courting him, or a little bit of both?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. I think it's more of a conversation. I mean, one thing we heard in reporting out this story was that, the last time a progressive candidate was running for mayor and was the mayor in New York City, this was a person who didn't reach out to the business community or Wall Street at all. Famously, Bill de Blasio never Jamie Dimon said he never called him once. And, Jamie Dimon was on the list of people that Zoran Mamdani was reaching out to when he was making these sort of overtures to the business community. So I think it's a two-way street.
Yeah, Laura, come on in on this, because some of the names that Jamie Dimon, everybody knows Jamie Dimon, but some of these names are also people who are just not necessarily, they're just very big, like New York City developers, like Jed Walentis, for example, from Two Trees. He was on the list of people who Mamdani has spoken with. How would you characterize the conversations that you and the team have reported out that he's had with folks that may not necessarily seem to be supporters?
I think I would say that they run the gamut, is our understanding. Obviously, we weren't sitting in on any of them and have had them described back to us. But the one constant that we heard from people who talked to him or who have had these conversations reported back to them is that people found him, regardless of whether or not they agreed with him, to be a very good listener and someone who is listening to the feedback that he's getting rather than, spouting his campaign platform to these business leaders.
So does it seem like to you, Laura, that he has changed the way that he's viewed business during this campaign? Less of an adversary, more as a partner?
I think in
Is
some
that
ways
incorrect for me to say?
I think that is true in some ways. We've seen the outcome of some of these conversations be that he's made some shifts in the way that he talks about certain things, even things that are not technically business related. He has told us, for example, that he doesn't necessarily need the tax increases that he's proposed to pay for his proposals as long as he gets the money comes from somewhere. He thinks that's the best way to get it, but he's not wedded to that as the source of revenue. He just needs revenue for universal childcare, for example. Or he understands the role that the private sector plays in developing housing in New York. There's no way that the public sector could pay for all affordable housing development to fill this need that the city has. So he is changing somewhat, but he is still, wedded to his campaign platform by and large.
And ultimately, like tax burdens, right? It's not something the mayor can determine, right? It goes back up to Albany. I mean, bottom line, like we say this every time we have you guys in, right? Like ultimately, there is a limited power. As amazing this city is, right? And as amazing as it is to be mayor of New York City, there's limited power.
Yeah, New York City is funny that way. And so raising and lowering taxes is handled at the state level in Albany. And so that's in the hands of the state legislature and Governor Kathy Hochul. Now, that said, that's another group of folks that Mamdani has been building bridges with, right? And so, he has the support of Hochul. He has the support of the state assembly leadership and the state senate leadership. And so you can see that he's making overtures in that direction as well. And for what it's worth, yesterday he had a huge rally in Queens, and Kathy Hochul there was, I guess she was heckled by the crowd. It was like a 10,000 person crowd, and they said, tax the rich, tax the rich. And so he's sort of leaning on those folks a bit as well.
Well, Laura, come back in here, because I do wonder with the conversations or what you guys found out in your reporting that as Zohran Mamdani has conversations with kind of the big titans or the financial titans of New York City, is he saying to some extent, listen, if you don't want me to keep talking about taxing the rich, so what can we do in terms of private-public partnerships to get some of these initiatives done? You guys get tax breaks, you get this, you get whatever, but help me here. Like, is some of that going to happen, or is that where it's going?
I don't know that the conversations have gotten to that level yet, but what people have said is that he has been receptive to what they have to say, to their experience, to their concerns, listening to their criticisms, listening to what their vast experience has been in working in and around New York City government, and that he's reached out to an extraordinary breadth of people seeking out their experiences and information, and how he uses that, it remains to be determined.
The president has called him little communist, as you two write in your piece. He's been called a lot by a lot of different people.
He has.
How does that happen, Fola? What does that relationship look like, Fola, if we play this out to him actually winning and becoming mayor of the city?
Well, I think anyone who becomes the mayor of New York City will have to grapple with a federal government that has, taken funding or cut funding to programs that greatly impact the city and its operations. And so he has, I think, like he said about some of these other conversations, has said that he's willing to work with Trump on issues that are about affordability and are about making New York City work, and he's going to push back when Donald Trump is sending ICE agents or the National Guard or cutting funding. And I think, again, that's something probably anyone who becomes the mayor of New York City would have to grapple with.
Wow. It's kind of interesting, to say the least.
Very
Super interesting. Paula Kinnaby, Bloomberg City Lab reporter, and Laura Namias, Bloomberg News New York politics reporter. This story, a must read, so much reporting, a really deep dive, certainly into someone who could be the next mayor of New York City. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:20 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Another record for the U.S. stock market. S&P closes at session highs. And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advanced today. Stocks rallied on hopes that the U.S. and China are nearing a trade deal. Here's where we wrapped up the session with the S&P 500 index at 6875. Again, very close to session highs, up 83. That was a gain of 1.2%. The Dow up 337 today, also an advance of 0.7%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 432, up by 1.9%. Our Mag 7 index, the standout by far, up 2.6%. 5 out of 7 names in that Mag 7 index will be reporting later in the week. 10-year, 3.98%, below 4%. We have got the 2-year, 3.49%. A retreat for gold, down 2.8%, back below 4,000, 39.96 on the precious metal. And West Texas Intermediate crude almost flat on the day, up 11 cents a barrel, 61.57 on WTI. Sources tell Bloomberg Amazon plans to cut corporate jobs in several key departments, including logistics, payments, video games, and the cloud computing unit. Reuters is reporting those terminations are expected as soon as tomorrow and could number as many as 30,000 jobs. Also, sources are telling Bloomberg Paramount Skydance will begin a major round of layoffs with 1,000 job cuts on Wednesday. Again, recapping, S&P at a record 6875, up by 1.2%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Appreciate it. Well, Cigna will eliminate prescription drug rebates in many of its commercial health plans in 2027. It's upending an opaque, controversial practice that's drawn the ire of President Trump. The insurer will expand the rebate-free model to client of its pharmacy benefits business starting in 2028. The plan to eventually phase out rebates more broadly portends a seismic shift in the flow of billions of dollars among drug makers, insurers, and employers.
Adam Kotzner is the president of Cigna's Express Scripts Pharmacy Benefits Division. He joins us today along with John Tauzi, Bloomberg News healthcare reporter. John broke the story on the new pharmacy benefits model. You can read about it on the Bloomberg, but don't go anywhere because we want to talk about it. Adam joining us from St. Louis, Missouri, and John is here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. John, first of all, having any of us who have dealt with pharmaceutical purchases, there's rebates, there's coupons, there's different drug prices. Lay it out for us. What does this mean, the ending of drug rebates by Cigna?
Yeah, so what the company announced today is that for many of its plans, it will, instead of a rebate that is paid from the drug maker to the pharmacy benefit plan after the prescription is filled, that it's going to move to an upfront discount that's going to take effect when the patient buys the drug, fills the prescription at the pharmacy counter.
So what is that difference if we all get prescriptions? What does that look like for customers, John?
Yeah, so for brand drugs, which are typically the more expensive drugs, the company says it's going to mean on average a 30% discount for patients that are in high deductible plans. Mm-hmm. Those are the patients that are most likely to be exposed to the full cost of a drug when they're filling the prescription.
All right, we want to bring Adam in. As we said, Adam Kotzner is the president of Cigna's Express Scripts Pharmacy Benefits Division. Adam, why are you guys doing this?
Carol, we're thrilled to be able to bring this to the market, to reimagine pharmacy benefits and to be able to bring lower costs to Americans at the pharmacy counter. We think now is certainly the right time. Yeah. Americans pay more for brand name medications than anyone else in the world, as President Trump has correctly pointed out, and we believe we have a solution here that can be real meaningful savings, not only for Americans, but also for American companies that administer these benefits.
So if Americans are saving money, who is getting less money? Will you guys be getting less money as a result of this change?
So our goal is to be able to simplify the pharmacy benefits space. So we'll remove the complexity by simplifying this to where negotiations are upfront and discounts are provided immediately to patients, what that will do is provide them with better access to care, which means they're going to take these drugs as prescribed. They're going to be able to refill them more easily because it's going to be less costly than it is today for these high-cost branded medications. That will provide them with better overall health outcomes, and it should reduce healthcare costs for the American healthcare system. So from a cost perspective, we believe we'll be able to continue to extract more value out of drug manufacturers, and the high-cost drugs that Americans are paying today on those branded products, that we'll be able to secure even better discounts in the future.
Hey, Adam, one thing we want to ask about is, the PBM industry has spent a long time in Washington defending the rebate system and saying that this is an important tool for lowering drug prices for Americans. Now you're saying you're eliminating rebates in some plans, and that will also lower drug prices for Americans. So help us square what you're saying today with how the industry has historically defended rebates as crucial to lowering prices.
Sure, John. Rebates have been a useful tool and are a useful tool today, even for us to be able to negotiate with drug manufacturers and be able to secure lower net costs for brand name medications. Future state, though, given how the escalation of branded drugs have continued to increase, and as you correctly pointed out, there are so many high deductible health plans today, access to care for patients continues to be more challenging, which means we need to be able to lower costs, and that's primarily for these high-cost branded medications. We've been very successful as an industry around generic medications and lowering costs, where Americans today pay some of the lowest costs for generic medications in the world, and over 9 out of 10 prescriptions that are filled today are generic medications. We believe we can bring that type of success to the brand market and not only be able to secure these upfront discounts that'll be immediately available for patients, but also secure even deeper discounts from pharmaceutical manufacturers in the future.
We're speaking with Adam Kotzner, president of Cigna's Express Scripts Pharmacy Benefits Division. Also, John Tozzi, Bloomberg News healthcare reporter. John, you write about PBMs. Cigna's Express Scripts is the largest of the 3 leading PBMs, along with CVS's Caremark and United Health Group's Optum Rx. How does what Cigna is doing, contextualize that for us compared to the other 2 leading PBMs?
Yeah, I mean, listen, over the past few years, we've seen a lot of regulatory scrutiny and pressure from lawmakers on these companies. And I think we've seen some moves from Cigna and others in response to that. And I think, frankly, intended to get ahead of some of that. We've seen announcements about more transparent models that are meant to increase reimbursements to pharmacies, and that's one element of what Cigna announced today. It's a question I actually would like to pose to Adam here, is that, I think some of the feedback we've heard today is that, some companies already offer rebates at the point of sale to patients intended to offset those costs. How is that different from what you and some of your rivals have already announced? How's what you're doing today different from point of sale rebates?
So point of sale rebates are retrospective rebates. In many cases, they use estimates, and they take quite a bit of time to process and for our American companies to be able to realize those discounts. What we're talking about here is different. It's upfront, it's transparent, and it's immediate access for the patient for the full benefit that we'll be negotiating with the drug manufacturers on these new types of discounts. So it takes some of the opaqueness that you spoke of out of the market, and again, simplifies it, but also will reduce the amount of costs that patients are going to pay at the pharmacy counter seamlessly.
So I want to go back.
And I would welcome it.
Yeah, go ahead, please. No, please finish.
I think from a competitive perspective, we think this is right for the industry. We welcome our competitors to join us in this, is what we believe is the right path forward for American pharmacy benefits.
But I want to go back that if it's going to be, and what John said, that, the thinking was these coupons and rebates and PBMs were going to make it all cheaper for consumers. and create efficiencies in the healthcare system. And now we're saying, well, wait a minute, maybe not so much. Now we're going to create efficiencies in the healthcare system and make drugs cheaper. You know, it does, again, beg the question, which way is right? Because it sounds like if we're going to be saving customers, patients money, who's not going to be making money anymore? Is it you guys? Is it pharmaceutical companies? I'm a little confused.
As we've continued to say, we would welcome for drug manufacturers to lower their list price, but drug companies have rarely done that. We're continuing to see an escalation in drug prices. That is where we believe additional savings will come from. From today, Americans pay the highest cost for brand name medications in the world, and that needs to stop. As the president has pointed out, and with this new model, we believe that we'll be able to do that and lower costs, not only for those taking brand medications, but also hold costs in check across the healthcare system to not increase premiums.
Adam, is the idea here to attract more businesses to sign up for Cigna's plans? I mean, I think a lot of people are in or about to be in open enrollment right now, where we in the U.S. go through and sort of decide, or maybe it's done for us, what health plans we're going to sign up for. We can only sign up for what our company offers. Is the idea here to make the Cigna Group's plans more attractive to companies next year or the year after?
Tim, we certainly do believe that this will make this simplified model, removing the complexity and improving the experience for patients, be a much more attractive model that will exist in the market. It's why it will be our new standard for commercial plans beginning in 2028. And we think there's a lot of opportunity with this new model, because not only will it secure a better pricing up front, we're also building out an ecosystem to ensure that regardless of where a low price might exist, whether that's at a direct-to-consumer type of model where a drug manufacturer may have an opportunity, or in a cash pay model, our system's going to be able to look across all of those and seamlessly be able to find the lowest price, apply it at the pharmacy counter, and deliver that with not only all the safety and quality checks that we provide, but also apply to the deductible.
Hey, Adam, real quick. We've heard for years that employers use rebates to offset premiums. You told us that premiums are not expected to go up under this model, but I don't understand how, if employers aren't getting rebate checks anymore, there wouldn't be some upward pressure on premiums. How do you square that?
And Adam just got about 35 seconds.
John, we believe there's a real opportunity here to secure additional overall savings from drug manufacturers by lowering the costs at the pharmacy counter. It's going to improve health outcomes, and it'll be aligned with drug companies from that perspective. And we think that allows us to be able to secure even better discounts.
All right, great stuff. So appreciate it. Adam, thank you so much for joining us on this Monday. Adam Kutzner, president of Cigna's Express Scripts Pharmacy Benefits Division, along with John Tozzi. Of course, Bloomberg News healthcare reporter John broke this story on the new pharmacy benefits model. Hey, when we come back, we're going to talk corporate influence or fiduciary priorities. CEOs and the president, how is it different this term around? That one, Tim and I continue on this Monday. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by VanEck, celebrating 70 years of helping investors stay ahead in a world that never stands still. Visit VanEck.com. Another record on Wall Street today. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all gaining. Stocks are climbing on hopes of U.S.-China trade talks going well. Right to the numbers here, because we had an update with the S&P closing very close to session highs today. The S&P 500 index did rally by 83 points, a gain of 1.2%. So the S&P now stands at 6875. Dow Industrials up 337. On the Dow, a gain today of 0.7%. NASDAQ was up 1.9%. Our Mag 7 index up by 2.6%. We've got 5 out of the 7 members of the Mag 7 index reporting earnings this week, specifically Wednesday and Thursday. 10-year at 3.98%. The 2-year currently yielding 3.49%. Spot gold today, a big retreat there, down $123 the ounce, now at $39.89, trading below that big round number of 4,000. A drop today of 3% on the precious metal. Silver down 3.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.2%, 61.59 a barrel on WTI. So what about today's rally? What was behind it? Sarah Hunt is Chief Market Strategist at Alpine Woods Capital Investors, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
I do think that there's a de-escalation of tensions because the rare earths thing has really been an issue ongoing for the last several months. So I think that all those things together and the low CPI print on Friday really help.
Sarah Hunt of Alpine Woods Capital Investors, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. A couple of high-profile companies announcing job cuts. Now, this according to sources. Amazon plans to cut corporate jobs in several key departments, including logistics, payments, video games, and the cloud computing unit. Now, Reuters is reporting those terminations could begin as soon as tomorrow and could affect 30,000 positions. Also, sources tell Bloomberg Paramount Skydance is going to begin a major round of layoffs with 1,000 job cuts on Wednesday. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. One more headline. Crossing the Bloomberg terminal, Nextera and Google to accelerate their nuclear energy deployment in the United States. Google to buy carbon-free nuclear energy from Duane plant. Again, just getting some headlines here, but this is something that in terms of the AI spend, building out these data centers, how do you power them? Well, more and more folks have said nuclear's got to be a part of this.
So maybe we shouldn't have closed all those nuclear plants for the last few years?
TBD.
All right, it's not my opinion. I'm just asking the question, okay? I'm just asking the question.
It's a timely question, no doubt about it.
Hey, speaking of timely, corporate executives have been ever present in these first 9+ months of President Trump's second term. Look no further than the construction of the $300 million White House ballroom. That funding coming from tech giants Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, alongside crypto firms and other longtime Trump donors. Here are some of the executives from those companies and more over the last few months.
We also need a progressive growth and industry-oriented energy policy, which this president has really put his weight behind.
Thanks for hosting us. I mean, this is quite a group to get together.
The AI action plan under your leadership, I think, is a great start, and we look forward to working together, and thanks for your leadership.
Tim, how much money will Apple be investing in the United States? Because I know it's a very lot, and it's, you were elsewhere, and now you're really coming home in a big way. How much money will you be investing?
$600 billion.
$600 billion. All right. It's a lot of jobs.
We're very proud to do it.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
I have to thank Donald Trump, our president, and the administration. This is a huge benefit for America's largest auto producer. It did cut our tariffs to about $1 billion.
That was NVIDIA's Jensen Huang, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Google's Sundar Pichai, Apple's Tim Cook, and the last one, Ford's Jim Farley. That was just last week with an interview with Matt Miller and Romaine Bostick. So we wanted to get an understanding of how corporate America is thinking about this administration, although I think that gives a good characterization.
Yeah.
It's fair to say.
I mean, they're front and center. They're at the White House, and they're thanking the president.
So we've got Brett Bruin with us. He's president and CEO of the Global Situation Room. It's a public affairs firm that handles crisis management, marketing, communications, and more. He joins us from Alexandria, Virginia. Brett, good to have you on the program. It's amazing. You have this reputation risk index from the Global Risk Advisory Council, and the #1 top reputation risk ranked, targeting by or criticism from Donald Trump. It seems like executives do not want to be in his crosshairs. Fair to say?
Very fair to say. And they, as that montage shows, are doing everything, including putting hundreds of billions of dollars on the table in order to avoid the ire of Trump. And yet it doesn't seem to be a foolproof strategy. And I think that's one of the things that we're unearthing with this latest reputation risk index is understanding that just because you're paying the piper on the one hand doesn't avoid that he may see something. I mean, just ask our friends up in Ontario, Canada, who put together an ad and found themselves slapped with an additional 10% tariff.
But it can also go the other way. I mean, look at Intel and Lit Bhutan, for example. I mean, just before the U.S. announced this big investment in Intel, he was the target of criticism from President Trump, who actually called for his resignation in a post on social media. Then the two met, and it seemed like it's kind of all been good from there.
Well, it did, and yet you also have this interventionist streak within, Trump 2.0, and Intel being case in point of that, where now all of a sudden the U.S. government is taking a 10% share in Intel. We're taking 15% of NVIDIA's profits from China. I mean, all of this, again, speaks to a very different type of capitalism, if you will. It's a Trump version of capitalism, and it's one that is really changing the dynamics and the decision-making in a lot of boardrooms.
One thing that's interesting, and I think it's safe to say that we notice sometimes the conversations that leaders, executives, CEOs of publicly held companies, what they might say publicly versus what they might say in a private conversation are different. And I'm curious about your clients. You've got Fortune 500 companies, celebrities, leading foundations. You guys are consulted by these firms about what to do in this environment. What do you hear, especially from publicly held CEOs?
Well, this constantly comes up, Carol, and I think one of the smart strategies is being able to have that informational infrastructure out there. That is to say, what do you stand for? And explaining how some of your processes, your pricing, some of these other elements that previously may have been internal, now all of a sudden they need to be out there in order to lean on them when some of those questions, that criticism arises. Because what we're finding is increasingly, and it's not just from Trump, one of the things that, if you look at the life cycle of where this criticism comes from, it often is a single individual, a small group that identifies an issue with a company and then starts spreading it out over Truth Social or other social media platforms.
So what's the right move here? Do you have to go to Washington and announce your commitment to the United States, or can you kind of just sit back and just say nothing here? Do you advise companies to do that?
I think the answer is somewhere in the middle. That is to say, sitting back is going to allow others to define your story, is going, to create a dearth of information about what you're up to. On the other hand, I'm not sure, at least what we're advising clients, is that I want to necessarily be embracing the administration in the way that some companies have now. One, because I think there's going to be an international blowback against U.S. brands that are seen as too close to the administration. The other is just here in the United States, over the course of the next year, we've got congressional elections coming up, not to mention the local state elections next week. The dynamics, the political dynamics and headwinds are going to change.
I guess the thing that's interesting, and I think one of the reasons we wanted to talk to you, is to understand, in the first term of President Trump, you had a lot of CEOs, prominent CEOs, publicly held CEOs who were on kind of these business roundtables that would be at the White House. And slowly but surely, those discussions and roundtables disbanded as CEOs backed off. They didn't want to be a part or associated with certainly the first term of President Trump. And what would say his volatility and so on and so forth, or changings in terms of policies or bizarre policies, as some might have classified them. Having said that, this time around, it seems like CEOs are all in. And I understand they have a fiduciary responsibility, right, to do what's best for their companies. But at some point, we also look to CEOs, whether it was during the pandemic or after George Floyd, we look for leadership. Is leadership not happening here? Or is fiduciary responsibility, especially for publicly held entities, trumping leadership?
Well, look, there's no question that CEOs have a responsibility where there is either an opportunity or a risk to take action. However, I do worry, and we've seen a few examples, there will be more of, Trump's tendency, not just, to accept the new commitment, but to, publicly push in front of the cameras for CEOs to do more. So it is a very risky environment. And then on top of that, I think you also have to take a longer lens and understand, there were probably moves that were too far in one direction during the last few years, certainly during, the pressure under the Biden administration, whether it was on ESG commitments, DEI commitments. But now we've got the pressure in the other direction. And I think, CEOs have got to chart a smart, longer-term strategy here, understanding that these political winds are going to shift.
So what do you think of what happened with ABC and Jimmy Kimmel? Because it seems like he was certainly on everybody's radar. He was pulled off the show. Concerns about affiliates, and affiliates obviously not carrying programming and ad dollars. And then it shifted. And he was back on air, and we haven't heard any more blowback. So was there something going on behind the scenes we don't know about?
Well, this is also, Carol, part of what we try to get companies to prepare ahead of time. That is to say, when the spotlight comes on you, because, the president isn't a fan of your comedy routine, you want to be ready to have that conversation. And certainly Kimmel was. And he took advantage of the oxygen in that moment to really lean into, who am I? What am I trying to do? And I think there is a very valuable lesson for brands to take away from that. That isn't to say that they want to necessarily get into a confrontational posture with the administration, but how can I use that moment to better educate shareholders, stakeholders, as well as obviously, the political factions about who we are and what we're doing. And if you're ready to have that conversation when, the harsh spotlight is on you, it's going to go a whole lot better than if you look like a deer caught in the headlights.
Yeah, look, nobody can see the future. Nobody has a crystal ball, but I'm wondering if this has, in your view, will have lasting effects on the way that policy is shaped in Washington, regardless of who's president. I mean, is this the new playbook?
Look, I think that companies are going to have to think beyond just the lobbying, think beyond during some of those traditional tools, and understanding, the fascinating part of what we're seeing right now is how much is being played out in the court of public opinion. You have obviously a very aggressive posture from the DOJ and from the administration, but if you can, as a company, lay the right informational infrastructure, if you can put in place, the right amplifiers and validators, then you can have an outsized role in shifting, or at least, mitigating some of the potential damage around here. So I think public engagement has to be a top priority as we head into the next year of this administration.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Hey, Brett, thank you so much. Brett Bruin, President and CEO of the Global Situation Room. It's a public affairs firm that does handle crisis management, marketing, communications, and a lot more. Joining us from Alexandria, Virginia.
Hey, taking a look at how stocks did today. S&P up 1.2%, the NASDAQ up 1.9%, the Dow up 0.7%. That's 337 points to the upside. So if you're long this market, a good day.
Yeah.
for you out there.
I mean, lots coming at investors, but interesting to see stocks hitting all-time highs. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic. Let's get to some stocks on the move on this Monday. And lucky for us, we are joined by Bloomberg cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee, who's starting with Beyond Meat.
We're starting with Beyond Meat because the stock is down 17%. So this isn't a simple stock mover because I'm going to give you a little bit of context. So 4 years ago, Beyond Meat raised more than $1 billion by selling a zero-coupon convertible bond due 2027. So big hedge funds like Wolverine, D.E. Shaw, Context Capital were among the buyers. But as the meat-free boom cooled, so did Beyond's fortune. So with that debt coming due, the company struck a deal with bondholders. They swapped their old notes for new ones, paying 7% interest and extra shares. Then came the meme stock mania, which brings us to today. So Beyond stock jumped more than 1,300% in days. This handed bondholders a huge paper profit. So the new bonds, which is now due 2030, trades at around 100 cents on the dollar, and one investor calls it a win-win. So I just thought it was interesting because beyond the stock move story, you see like this convertible bond story, which we don't really get to hear a lot about. But yeah, the craze is still there, but the stock saw a pullback today. Rightly so, probably, if you ask technical analysts, but it's down 17%. Ticker is BYND before anyone gets mad at me. BYND.
Nobody's ever getting mad at you, don't worry. Except for somebody in the control room.
Yes,
No,
somebody.
never,
We like him. We
never.
like him.
That is interesting, though, like what's going on. Yeah, fascinating. Qualcomm.
Qualcomm, ticker QCOM. So this is good news. Shares jumped 11%. That's the biggest one-day gain since April, the highest level in 15 months. So basically, they unveiled a new lineup of AI data center chips and computers, taking aim squarely at NVIDIA. So the new lineup will start shipping next year. Their first customer will be a Saudi Arabian startup. So I think there's more story there, but we may not have time for now. So Qualcomm is best known for smartphone processors. So it's betting that really power-efficient designs and new memory technology can win business in AI accelerators. And that exact space is what made NVIDIA basically the most valuable stock on Earth.
I wonder if they, when they make that contract, are they committed? They plan to do it? Could they back out?
That's a good point.
Like, you know?
I'm just looking at the Bloomberg terminal. This was the
good point.
biggest day for Qualcomm going back to April 9th of 2025.
Yes.
That's when it was up 15%. But at one point in the day when it was surging, it was the biggest day going back to 2019.
Yeah, really impressive.
Keurig, talk about impressive.
I know, I'm so thankful you said that because I don't know how to pronounce it.
Keurig?
Everyone pronounces it differently, I guess, depending on where they're from. KDP, I'm just going to say KDP.
Keurig Dr. Pepper. Oh, wait, what other way would you say it?
I don't know, Carol. I just say coffee. Shares jumped as much as 10%. That's the biggest intraday gain since March 2020. So it did pare back some of those gains. So it closed 7.6% in the green. So Keurig Dr. Pepper is raising $7 billion from private equity giants Apollo and KKR. That's to help finance its planned $18 billion takeover of JDE Peet's, which I haven't tried, by the way.
I haven't.
Peet's Coffee?
Yeah, have you both tried?
Well, you know, you go to enough airports, there's Peet's all over.
I just tried Bloomberg Coffee.
They have little Keurig cups.
Oh, nice. No, I'm an espresso person.
Oh, me too now, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This isn't an ad, just honest advice. So the combined company would generate around $16 billion in annual sales and $3 billion in earnings. So the new funding will trim Keurig's expected debt load to $31 billion, down from $38 billion originally. And Apollo and KKR will invest $4 billion. So
all right.
There is that.
NXP Semiconductor reporting in the aftermarket. Ticker is NXPI, and this stock is on the move.
Yes, it's up 4% post-market. So they're a provider of automaker chips and industrial customer chips. So they gave a stronger than expected forecast, signaling that the company is recovering from the sluggish demand. So two things here, really. Automakers and other customers had stockpiled chips during the pandemic, and it took way longer for that oversupply to really not be an oversupply, for the glut to be gone. And companies have delayed spending amid geopolitical uncertainty. But we have the CEO now saying that the glut may finally end this year. So revenue is also higher for the fourth quarter, suggesting that, you know, they're weathering the rough stretch better than expected.
Yeah, interesting. What's the stock doing this year? I'm just looking up about 6-7% here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and a lot of it, well, it'll be maybe better tomorrow.
Maybe.
Because
Who knows? Who knows?
Because of the bump.
Who knows?
I'm just saying.
We'll see
Who
what
knows?
happens.
Good. It could happen. Anything could happen.
A big thank you to Bloomberg cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
All right, folks, what this means as we get ready to wrap up, we're moving closer to that Fed decision and those big Mag 7 earnings. From Tim and me, have a good and safe evening. Do not go anywhere. Balance of Power starts right now.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm David Gura in for Joe Matthew. Tonight, lining up diplomatic wins in Asia. Financial markets are buoyed by the president's trip to Malaysia and Japan, hitting a fresh record to start the week as the White House promotes key agreements on the first days of Trump's visit. Still, the devil is in the details, and both the financial world and Washington await the president's meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. We'll discuss the developments and what's on their agenda with Nicholas Burns, the former U.S. ambassador to China. We'll get into how the uncertainty of the president's trade policy is impacting American small businesses with Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Also tonight, the largest union representing federal workers is backing a clean continuing resolution. It's calling on Congress to reopen the government. Will that put pressure on Senate Democrats to vote in favor of the Republicans' plan? We'll speak with Michigan Senator Gary Peters, a Democrat, on that and more. And some news that just came out a few minutes ago. NextEra Energy is now planning to restart a nuclear power plant in Iowa, primarily to supply Google data centers, when it's expected to be operational up ahead. And finally, did the country just see the emergence of the new standard bearers of the Democratic Party? The thunderous rally held by Zoran Mamdani with Senator Bernie Sanders and Congressman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. What that says about the future for Democrats. But we begin tonight with President Trump's trip to Asia, where President Trump has a full slate of meetings, including one with the new Japanese Prime Minister just a few hours from now. However, the world is keeping a close watch on the president's much-anticipated meeting with China's President Xi Jinping, scheduled to take place on Thursday of this week. Well, they're set to sit down in South Korea. Negotiators have already set up a wide-ranging agreement for them to finalize, even though early indications are the trade deal offers more of a temporary ceasefire than a full armistice between the world's two largest economies. For the latest on this visit, we turn now to Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who joins us live from Tokyo. Tyler, get us up to speed here. As I say, the first leg of this trip was to Malaysia. There was a much ballyhooed agreement by the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He and Jamieson Greer working ahead of the president's visit there to come up with this deal with their Chinese counterparts. They've set the table. What does it look like?
Yeah, hey, David. Good evening to you. Good morning where I am, where we've seen positive momentum from both sides, indicating that we will likely get an extension to the trade truce that's currently in place and set to expire on November 10th, really marking what feels like a stark contrast to the escalation in recent weeks. Now, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, says that he and his trade counterparts have essentially teed up a framework for President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping to fortify and finalize when they meet later this week on Thursday. Now, the U.S. has effectively taken the threat of an additional 100% tariff off the table. In exchange, it appears, for Beijing delaying its planned unveiling of these new export curbs on critical and rare earth minerals set to be enforced on December 1st. The Treasury Secretary has also suggested that China will resume its purchases of U.S. soybeans, though we've yet to get any sort of indications on exactly how much and how quickly those purchases will take place and bring relief to U.S. farmers. There's a few other concessions that we've heard put on the table, including that China is saying that the U.S. will no longer impose fees on Chinese ships docked at American ports. And while the U.S. maintains it's not going to loosen any of its export curbs on advanced semiconductors, our own analysts at Bloomberg Economics say that they expect any threatened but not yet imposed restrictions to be taken off the table. That includes for critical software and some cloud computing. So a few different threads that we could really be following here, David, but really everything that I just outlined was newly unveiled leverage in the last few months. But that's why it is interesting to pick out that the negotiators on both sides have said that they've made progress when it comes to fentanyl. 20% of the tariff currently in place on China is related to fentanyl. So if we see any sort of movement on the rate there, that would be considered really significant. Now, David, of course, this is what's going forward and what we're expecting the leaders to discuss on Thursday. But importantly, we're seeing the White House shore up its position ahead of this meeting in the series of stops ahead of time. In Malaysia, President Trump signing some critical mineral deals, of course, geared towards trying to loosen China's grip on that market. And then here in Japan, we are expecting President Trump and the newly elected prime minister to have a series of discussions, including on defense and economic cooperation, all in a bid to counter China.
That's Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. They're reporting from Tokyo as the president's trip through Asia continues. Tyler, thank you very much. As the world awaits President Trump's meeting with China's President Xi Jinping, Wall Street is hoping that the two superpowers are nearing a trade deal. This optimism is helping to lift the riskier corners of the market, with stocks hitting all-time highs amid a rally in crypto as well. For all the details on the market action, we turn now to Bloomberg's Romain Bostic for Power Moves. Romain joins us live from World Headquarters in New York. Romain, this started off early. After that deal was announced over the course of the weekend, what do we see in the trade today?
Yeah, I mean, to say that people are enthusiastic about this might be an understatement, David. We talk about record highs across the board for the major indices here in the United States. Meanwhile, you look at the chart on the screen behind me, some of the stocks that had benefited from a lot of those trade tensions, like the rare earths companies, like some of the mining companies, they took a leg down. And this really is about the idea of progress on trade. And remember, David, it's not just China. Remember, we had some relatively encouraging comments coming out of the president of Mexico, relatively encouraging comments coming out of the president of Brazil. And then, of course, there was the election victory, a midterm election victory in Argentina that also seemed to solidify a financial relationship between the United States and that country as well. And that's given investors maybe a little bit more clarity that some of these loose ends on trade could actually be tied up maybe sometime soon. Obviously, China is a big wild card, but the idea that you had that handshake agreement on issues like fentanyl, on issues like shipping fees, on issues, of course, like capital flows as well, and that is a big part of the reason why you saw the rally, David, here on this day.
Romain, there were a number of corporate stories that dovetailed with Washington over the course of the day. We're going to talk about Next Energy, that nuclear power deal, in just a moment. But let me ask you about Amazon. Over the course of the last week or so, there have been a number of stories about the way that Amazon has embraced artificial intelligence and what that's going to mean for the company's workforce. Get us up to speed on what we learned today.
Well, I mean, they announced about 30,000 job cuts in their corporate business. That's basically going to be about 10% of their corporate staffing here. Remember, this is a behemoth of a company here. So while that is a lot of workers potentially out of a job here, this is also a company that appears to be trying to right-size itself. The big question that I had, David, when I saw this headline and that I posed to a lot of our guests on the close was this idea that with all the spending that we're seeing on the AI infrastructure build-out, is that potentially going to be at the expense of investments in other areas in the business, i.e., do they have to basically shed workers? At least from what we know publicly, there does not seem to be a direct connection between those two, but it is something, David, to keep an eye on, because we have seen other companies also announce job cuts heading towards the end of the year, much smaller in scale and scope than what we learned out of Amazon. But remember, when you're basically just throwing off billions, multiple $1 billion in cash, David, to fund this AI infrastructure build out, you might have to be a bit judicious about where you spend in other parts of the business.
There you go. Romain, thank you very much. That's Bloomberg's Romain Bostic joining us from New York. Well, ahead of Thursday's meeting, we want to turn now to Nicholas Burns, a former U.S. ambassador to China. He had that position during the Biden administration. He is now a professor at the Harvard Kennedy School and joins us today from Cambridge. Ambassador Burns, thank you very much. It's always good to speak with you. And I want to start with how you are thinking about this meeting that's going to unfold on Thursday. There has been so much anticipation. There's the speculation of what might get out of it. How are you thinking about it, and what do you think the likely outcome is going to be?
Well, first, David, I think it's very positive that President Trump and President Xi are going to meet. They haven't met since 2019. And these are the two most powerful people in the world, two largest global economies, two most powerful militaries. And the U.S. and China are competing across a broad range of issues. And so very important that they have hours together to talk through these issues. They know each other very well. They had a pretty good working relationship during President Trump's first term. So In terms of the U.S.-China relationship, Xi Jinping decides everything in China of any importance. So you've got to meet with Xi Jinping to make progress, positive or negative, on all the issues on the agenda.
We have this framework deal announced by the Treasury Secretary, and it's something that the president addressed when he was making his way from Malaysia to Tokyo. Let's take a listen to what he had to say on Air Force One.
What we understood yesterday or 2 days ago or even today is not going to be necessarily what it's going to be in 2 days. I mean, we're going to have a great talk. I have a lot of respect for President Xi. I like him a lot. He likes me a lot, I believe, and respects me, and I think he respects our country a lot. And we're going to have, I think we're going to have a successful transaction for both countries.
A successful transaction there, the president said. There is so much left to be resolved during these talks and subsequent talks, I imagine. What do you think is at the top of the agenda? What's kind of a reasonable deliverable or deliverables from this meeting?
Well, for the United States, and President Trump and Secretary Breslin have been very clear about this, China needs to help the United States on the fentanyl crisis because the majority of the precursor chemicals that go into the synthetic opioid come from the black market in China. So President Biden pushed President Xi on fentanyl, and President Trump appropriately has, and a commitment from the Chinese to be much more vigorous in cracking down on that black market, very important. Second, obviously, it looks like there's going to be some form of a announcement on the TikTok deal, another important issue. And third, I would say for the United States, agriculture, China's the largest market for American agricultural exports. 1/5 of all of our exports go to China, and the Chinese have been playing hardball since April, May. They have not bought a single dime worth of soybeans. To give you a point of comparison, David, 2 years ago, the Chinese bought $14 billion in U.S. soybeans. It's really hurt our farm community. So those are some of the issues up front that the United States has been demanding progress. I think President Trump has been right to be tough-minded because the Chinese have been serial violators of the international trade rules for decades now. So I think that'll be on the U.S. side. I fear, David, that the Chinese ask will be a relaxation or a suspension altogether of the U.S. export controls on advanced U.S. technology. 3 years ago, President Biden prohibited the sale of advanced semiconductors to China for AI purposes, and that was a good decision because that keeps that technology out of the hands of the People's Liberation Army, which is trying to compete with our military for power and influence in the Indo-Pacific. And I hope very much the Trump administration will say no to that relaxation of our export controls.
I spoke earlier today with Mick Mulvaney, the former congressman and former White House official, and he talked about the relationship between the U.S. and China. And just to summarize what he said, you know, we used to have a Cold War. Maybe a useful way to think about this relationship today is one of a cold peace. Is that in line with how you view it, sir? What's the proper way to think about what this relationship is like today, and, you know, if these talks go successfully, the kind of relationship that we're looking at going forward?
Well, I think on trade, David, I think what we're seeing is really a truce, as opposed to a formal 1,000-page document written by lawyers with enforcement mechanisms, a normal, maybe an old-school trade deal. There might be 7 or 8 issues where they make commitments to each other, and it's good to make progress on these. But I think the tension between the United States on trade issues is going to continue past this meeting. That's not a criticism of President Trump. It's actually more a criticism of the Chinese government and of the fact that they've been extraordinarily difficult on these issues. Overall, I'd say that, you know, this is a very competitive U.S.-China relationship. That's the reality I lived as ambassador. That's the reality that President Trump and his team are now facing. We're competing for military power in the Indo-Pacific, and we don't want to be the second most powerful military, so we got to keep ahead of the Chinese. Increasingly, David, I think that the major issues revolve around AI, biotech, quantum computing, cyber, where China has been extraordinarily aggressive. And of course, we've got to empower our private sector to win those competitions. And we've talked about trade, and of course, we have opposite ideas between us and the Chinese leadership on human freedom and democracy and human rights. So I don't expect this rivalry structured around all those differences to change much. And that means that every American president and Congress has got to be really focused on competing with China and winning many of these competitions at the same time as we try to keep peace with China, which obviously we should do in a nuclear weapons world. This is a very difficult relationship to manage, and I hope for success when President Trump meets President Xi in a couple of days. American success.
We've got about a minute left here. You're watching this unfold from Cambridge, I'm from Washington, D.C. What's your counsel to somebody who's watching this in Taipei, in Taiwan, wondering about whether the independence of Taiwan is going to be up for negotiation here in this meeting or subsequent ones?
I certainly hope Taiwan will not be on the table because, American law, the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979, and also just what's right for the United States and the people of Taiwan. We've been supporting them with defensive technology. We've been trying to tell the Chinese and hold the Chinese to a commitment that they agree to a peaceful resolution of this dispute. I don't think that should be a compromise at all in these talks, and I'd be very surprised if that was the case.
Ambassador Burns, thank you very much for your time, as always.
Thank you, David.
Burns,
always a pleasure.
U.S. Ambassador to China. Thank you again. He was the ambassador under the Biden administration, joining us today from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Coming up, how small businesses are feeling the weight of these ongoing trade negotiations with China. We're going to discuss that with Kelly Loeffler, the administrator of the SBA. That's up ahead. But first, how Democrats are strategizing amid this government shutdown that is now in its 5th week. Democratic Senator Gary Peters of Michigan will join me next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio.
Every Republican in Congress wants to stop this madness desperately. And we have voted many times, over a dozen times, collectively 13 times, to reopen the government, to keep it open and reopen it once the Democrats closed it. But here's the very simple and important fact that no one should forget. We have no ability. Republicans do not have the ability to do this on our own. It's a simple math problem. We need Democrats to help.
Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. I'm David Gura. That, of course, was House Speaker Mike Johnson earlier today, offering an update to reporters on this, the 5th week of the federal government shutdown. We're now just 5 days away from when programs like SNAP will run out of funding. The USDA, the Department of Agriculture, posting on its site, quote, "The well has run dry," warning that on November 1st, benefits will not go out, impacting more than 40 million Americans. Meanwhile, it's the president's trip to APEC, headlines over his war against cartels in South America, garnering a lot of attention back home here in the United States. Joining me now live from Capitol Hill is Democratic Senator Gary Peters of Michigan. He's the ranking member of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, also a member of both the Senate Appropriations Committee and the Commerce Committee. Senator, thank you very much for the time. And let's start with what we heard there from the House Speaker about Democrats and Republicans needing to come together. I note that Lisa Murkowski, the Democratic senator, senator from Alaska, speaking on the floor, calling upon colleagues to forego their paychecks. She said she'd be willing to do that, indicating that the Congress should not go out of session until all of this is handled. How likely is that? What's the quality of conversations that you're having among Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill?
Well, there's no question. We have to come together. We got to have substantive conversations. I find it's interesting. You have the Speaker saying we have to come together, and yet none of his members are here in Washington. They're basically all back home on vacation. It's very difficult to have conversations when none of the House members are here working. I can say in the Senate, I've been actively engaged in conversations with many of my Republican colleagues, along with Democratic colleagues. We're going to continue to have those conversations. But quite frankly, we need to have leadership involved. And quite frankly, you're going to need Donald Trump. He's going to have to get engaged. I've worked with Republicans in the prior administration and currently. And even if you're negotiating with Republicans, unless Donald Trump signs off on it, they're not going to support things, even if they agree to it with us. I saw that in the last Trump administration. We had an agreement on border security legislation. Republicans said they agreed, and literally an hour before the vote came up on the Senate floor, Donald Trump said he wasn't for it, and all of the folks who shook my hand and said they were for it were no longer for it. So we've got to make sure that we can negotiate in a way with someone who can actually deliver when we come together to make sure that Americans have access to quality, affordable health care.
You've been back in Michigan. You're now returned to Washington, D.C., carrying with you, I imagine, comments and worries from your constituents about this shutdown. What do your constituents say to you about how it's affecting them and the prospects for them if this continues?
Well, certainly no one likes a shutdown. I don't like a shutdown. I think we should never have a shutdown. We should come together. And certainly, if you're the majority party, if you have the presidency, you have the Senate, and you have the House, you should do everything you can to bring people together to make sure that we can keep the government open. But I think folks also are very concerned about increases in health care costs. It is becoming increasingly unaffordable for more and more Americans, and we know the Affordable Care Act, when these tax credits, which have already expired, impact people. They're going to see it starting November 1st when they get their bills. Some people are going to see a doubling, a tripling of their cost. That's simply unaffordable. We know that people are now going to have to go without insurance. And we also know when people lose their insurance and they don't get on a plan, that ends up actually costing everybody, because then the cost of insurance goes up for folks. And we look at the people who are likely to lose insurance because of this large increase that we could avoid, which is what we want to do as Democrats, avoid these large increases in premiums. They tend to impact younger folks. And you got to have younger folks in the insurance pool to keep the insurance affordable for everybody. So this is a critical situation. Health insurance is something that I believe has to be affordable. It should be a right for Americans to be able to have the peace of mind to know that they have that kind of coverage. And all we're asking the Republicans is come forward. Let's talk this through. In fact, it's curious that if you look at the areas that are actually most impacted, the people who are going to see the largest increases in these healthcare costs tend to be Republican congressional districts and Republican states. So if they don't want to stand up for their own people, I know it's difficult to get them to stand up for others, but they're not even standing up for their own folks in their own districts and states.
Senator, let me ask you to change the subject here about what we've seen off the coasts of South America. You were in the Navy, and you've watched as the Gerald Ford has been dispatched down there, is making its way to South America. As I say, you sit on the Armed Services Committee. How do you process what's happening with this military movement, this military maneuvering? What does it signal to you, and what questions do you have about the administration's objectives here?
Well, we have all sorts of questions. So as you mentioned, I serve in the Navy. I also serve on the Armed Services Committee. We have been asking for a briefing as to what is going on down there. We know that they have been destroying boats. What is engaged? Who is being engaged? How do you know who is on those boats? How do you know where they're going? You know, I'm the ranking member on Homeland Security. I want to stand firm to make sure that we don't allow illegal drugs into our country. That stuff is poison. We have to do everything we can can to keep it out of our country. But we have ways to do that. I work closely with the U.S. Coast Guard, Department of Homeland Security, but we always get information about those operations and what we need to do in order to keep our country safe. Right now, the administration has been radio silent. We don't know what is happening here. It's hard to comment. And when you go in and destroy a boat and kill folks, and we don't know who those people are or how they were identified, it raises a lot of serious questions. You know, the part of the moral authority we have as the United States is that we believe in the rule of law. We are a country of laws, and I believe that we have to continue to be a country based on the rule of law, and part of that is having the information to understand exactly what that military force is being used for. Congress has to be engaged in that. We know that Congress has the power under the United States Constitution to declare war, but in order to declare war, we have to understand exactly what that war is going to involve, what the purposes are, and how it's being carried out. And we're completely unable to do that right now because we have not received the information that, quite frankly, the Constitution demands of the executive to provide to the Congress.
And very quickly here, 10 seconds or so, have you gotten a response to requests for briefing from the administration?
Not yet. We've asked repeatedly and still have no response.
Gary Peters, the Democratic Senator from Michigan, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Coming up here on Bloomberg Balance of Power, how President Trump's ongoing trade negotiations are impacting small businesses. Here in the United States, we're going to sit down with Kelly Loeffler, the administrator of the Small Business Administration. She's going to join me here on set in our headquarters right here on Bloomberg's Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio as we continue to follow the president's movements through Asia, just hours away from a highly anticipated meeting between the president of the United States and the prime minister of Japan. We'll see if they reopen the trade deal agreed to a few weeks ago between those two countries. That's coming up here on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. I'm David Gura. NVIDIA has spent the past 3 years ensnared in an escalating trade impasse between the U.S. and China. That's kept some of its prized artificial intelligence chips out of a crucial market, and it's cost the company billions of dollars in revenue. Now, the same week, President Trump plans to meet with President Xi. NVIDIA will hold one of its biggest AI conferences just blocks from the White House, a clear sign of how important Washington is to NVIDIA, of course, the world's most valuable company. For all the details, we turn now to Ed Ludlow, host of Bloomberg Technology, who joins me live here in our Washington bureau. Set the stage for us. Yeah. It was, for a time, a rare thing that a tech company would have a big event like this in Washington, D.C., maybe one that does a lot of defense or national security work. This is different. What can we expect as the company comes here?
You know, like either it's fortunate or unfortunate that the President of the United States is not here this week. You know, I think NVIDIA and Jensen Huang would say that their access to the President is pretty clear, and that, you know, Jensen has traveled with the President on multiple occasions this year. But you set the story up well, which is they are in DC for a reason. GTC is a developers conference. It's very technical. It's usually based on product. And so on the kind of company side of this story, it's a company that's told us what they're going to do for the next 5 years anyway. The unknown is its ability to access the China market. And the reality is that right now, considering both US export controls as they stand, and China's role in this, China always has something to say, of course. You know, the reality is they've gone from 80% market share in AI data center to now 0. And they still are waiting on some kind of definitive on how they proceed while the president negotiates that trade relationship.
Perhaps the only man who travels more than you is Jensen Huang, who I believe I was reading this weekend is making his way to Asia for meetings after all of this.
Right, so he will then go to the APEC CEO.
And talk a bit about sort of what he hopes to get out of this. And you mentioned kind of the quality of the relationship between him and the president of the United States. How aligned are they in his hope that he will be able to sell some of these
What
chips to the
you've
Chinese
seen,
market?
actually, interestingly, out of the White House is that the language of some of those important around the president, take, for example, David Sachs, the AI czar, is very, very close to the language that Jensen Huang uses about that market. And the conclusion is that there's this sort of universal belief that it's better to sell and send a deprecated AI chip to China than none at all. Because that way you do not give them impetus to develop their own economy around AI chips, a domestic champion through Huawei. But also, if you think about the Middle East and Africa, those are great markets that China wants to sell in as well. So, you know, Jensen will do this event tomorrow, go on a plane at the end of the week to Asia. The same questions remain. What is the result of the president's negotiations with China? And does NVIDIA, pardon the pun, you know, play a role as some sort of bargaining chip, deprecated AI chips in exchange for rare earths? And really, that is the conversation, the frank conversation that everyone here will have.
Very quickly here, I'm going to guess we're going to speak tomorrow, but as you kind of look at the list of who's going to participate in this conference, is a good analog like WWDC for Apple? Who are the companies that it's going to be meeting with, and what does that tell you?
So without contradicting myself, it is a developers conference, but the chairman of Foxconn will be there, for example, you know, critically important assembler, contract manufacturer of the iPhone. That's a pretty sure signal. CEOs from other companies are expected from the data center supply chain. There are some senators that are speaking, but, you know, right now, obviously, you have a government shutdown. No prominent government officials. Well, many of them are actually with the president in Asia right now, you know, so that would make a lot of sense. That said, don't know what they're going to say or they're going to announce. So, you know, NVIDIA's the golden ticket in AI. And typically how these things go is they say, we are partnering with XYZ company, and that company's stock goes up quite a lot if they're publicly traded, and it's realistic to think that might be the case this week.
Ed, good to talk to you. A treat to talk to you in person, which is a rare thing. Ed Ludlow is the host of Bloomberg Tech, joining me here in D.C., and you can catch a brand new episode tomorrow of Bloomberg Tech at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Pacific on Bloomberg Television. As you look ahead to President Trump's meeting with Japan's new prime minister on the sidelines of the APEC summit, it's the number of diplomatic wins the White House is lining up and Trump's upcoming meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping later this week that are getting the most attention. Investors are cheering the announcements, but there is still a lot left unresolved. And the Chamber of Commerce says tariff uncertainty is costing small businesses in the U.S. upwards of $200 billion annually. Joining me now here in our Washington bureau is Kelly Loeffler. She's the head of the Small Business Administration and former Republican senator from Georgia. Great to have you with me. And let me just start there. We focus a lot on the effect that tariff uncertainty is having, trade policy uncertainty is having on some of these bigger companies. But for smaller businesses, what does it mean day in and day out?
Well, day in, day out, small business optimism is rising. We see it above its 52-year average, according to NFIB, and the U.S. Chamber has small business confidence at 7-year highs. And that's because of President Trump's economic agenda that has slashed taxes and regulations, that is promoting fair trade. So when I hear tariffs, I think for small businesses who've been so impacted by the hollowing out of America's productive capacity that it can come back onshore. And most manufacturers in America are small businesses. I'm on a national manufacturing tour right now. They are thrilled that President Trump believes in the American worker, in the American industry, and that he's bringing it back onshore. And that's why at the SBA, we've put out record capital in fiscal 25 that just wrapped up 27 days ago. And at all-time high for 72 years at the SBA, we put out $45 billion to 85,000 small businesses who have confidence in the future like never before.
So if there is a deal here between the U.S. and China, if we see more manufacturing brought here to the U.S., help me understand kind of the next chapter of this playbook. So there is the tariffs policy and the kind of vice that's putting on a lot of these companies. How is it going to lead to more kind of manufacturing jobs here in the U.S.? What's the catalyst going to be to see the development of more manufacturing jobs in the U.S.?
Well, it's already happening right now. The SBA has puts out about 1,000 small business loans to manufacturers about every 2 months. So we already see that engine churning. What we're focused on is a skilled workforce now. We have to ensure that we have that workforce coming on board to whether it's welding or understanding automation, the use of AI. I've been a big proponent of how this can impact our ability to onshore businesses that we couldn't even dream of. And I've walked factory floors with those small businesses that are mass producing components for OEMs, that are producing bicycles, and they don't need 1,000 employees. They need 50 to 100, and they're doing incredible things with CNC machining, automated welding, robotic welding, AI, and other things. But we have to take care of our educational needs at that foundational level. So once we get the capital flowing again, when the government reopens, then we'll focus on skilled workforce.
You're taking it right where I want to go, which is how the shutdown is affecting the work that you're doing. Why is it so difficult in this moment for those loans to go out to the American people who need them?
Well, sadly, this Democrat shutdown has really stung Main Street in the form of small business lending. Right now, as I mentioned, we had record loans volume. The momentum was very strong thanks to the tailwinds of the Trump economy. But now what we've seen is a total shutdown of SBA guaranteed lending, which is delivered through local community lenders to the tune of about 320 loans per day, not being able to be closed, for a total funding of $170 million that is not being delivered across main streets in this country. By the end of the week, that'll be $4 billion that's not getting to 6,000 small businesses. So it's really painful right now to small businesses, and we have to ensure that we get back to common sense that is used on Main Street and bring that back to Washington so that we can have those conversations and reopen the government.
Is there any way that changes absent congressional action? So I think of the work that Russ Vought at OMB has done to kind of move things around. I think he calls it playing budgetary twister to keep some programs up and running, keep some people getting paid. Is there anything that the administration can do to free the flow of those funds that you're talking about?
Well, I think they've been doing a tremendous job of it. It was a priority for the president, and he said this in our cabinet meeting a few weeks ago. I want to minimize the pain to the American people. It's in stark contrast to what Democrats have said, is that we want to use this pain as leverage. And the president has delivered pay for our military. He's found money for women, infants, and children feeding programs. We need to ensure, though, that this November 1st date that's coming up, 42 million people are not going to get their food stamps. Almost 7 million WIC payments won't go out. This is very painful for the American people, not to mention the million plus in our military, our federal government workers that are working hard that aren't getting paid. This has to end.
How are you thinking about that November 1st date? So you point out all of the people who are going to be under pressure then, and maybe this as a pressure point. If you're out talking to a manufacturer, he grabs your arm and says, when is this going to end? What is your best sense of sort of when that's going to be and where, if any, there are off-ramps to this in the near term?
Yeah, well, I was with Speaker Johnson this morning. He was very clear in that he would like this to end today. We would all like this to end today. And certainly small businesses, our military, mothers who have young children that they're trying to feed. We all want it to end. And I don't know what the off-ramp is, but Speaker Johnson is absolutely right to say it's not going to end in a smoke-filled room with 4 people deciding what that deal is. There's a clean CR on the table that Democrats have voted for 4 times. It's the Biden budget that they've passed over and over that now Democrats have voted 12 times to keep the government closed, to keep Main Street hurting, to keep our military unpaid. It's got to end sooner than later.
I'm going to ask you last about something unrelated. I live in New York. I was coming down here, and folks said you got to check out the East Wing. What's going on with the East Wing? I know that you and your husband donated to the project, the Ballroom project that President Trump is building. Could you talk a bit about sort of why you did that, first of all, and if what you're seeing unfold at the White House is in keeping with what you thought this project was going to be?
Well, I can speak for myself.
Sure.
I'm proud to be a longtime supporter of the president, and this is something that's historic. It's important for generations to come. It's important for our standing on a world stage, which this president is restoring single-handedly. Peace deals that we could have never imagined. Look at the trade deals he's undertaking to benefit Main Street America. And I couldn't be more proud to be with a group of donors that really cares about building. And I look at the other side of the aisle, and Democrats are tearing it down. They're burning it down. They're rioting in the streets. That's what Democrat donors are funding. And so I'm really proud to be on the right side here of building for the future, that a resource that people from all types, walks of life and parties can benefit from in the future. So I look forward to seeing what the president's going to do next. He's got a full plate over in Asia, and I know good things are going to come of that. And I hate to see that this is actually a topic right now when people are going hungry and needs aren't being met in this country simply because Democrats want to vote over and over to show how extreme left they are, how beholden they are to the socialist side of the party now that has gotten the endorsement of House leadership.
I got that list from the White House of who had donated, individuals and companies alike. Can you say how much you donated? Is that something you can reveal?
We haven't disclosed it, but I've been a significant donor to the president for a long time. I'm donating my time and my service now. I did that in the Senate. I donate my pay, and I believe public service is just a humbling thing to do, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity that the president's given me. I'm working really hard at the agency. We've turned it around, transformed it. We're creating a strong financial services platform for the federal government, for small businesses and taxpayers, and we're working through making it much more lean and efficient, and that already shows in our first-year results.
Kelly Loeffler, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, David.
Appreciate it. That's Kelly Loeffler, the administrator of the Small Business Administration, joining me here on set in Washington, D.C. Well, coming up, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent unveils the 5 contenders who could succeed Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Bring you those details. And President Trump says that he's open to meeting North Korea's Kim Jong-un during his Asia trip. We'll discuss with our political panel next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm David Gura. We'll turn back to President Trump's trip to Asia in just a moment. But first, here are the stories we're watching in today's Power Brief. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has confirmed the names of the 5 finalists set to succeed Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Candidate pool has been narrowed to current Fed board members Christopher Waller and Michelle Bowman, former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh, the Director of the National Economic Council Kevin Hassett, and BlackRock executive Rick Rieder. Bessent, who is leading interviews for the position, reiterated that he's planning to do a further round of interviews and hopes to present a good slate to President Trump after the Thanksgiving holiday, with the president saying he expects to make his decision by the end of the year. Some developing news we got earlier this hour: Google and NextEra Inc. announcing a nuclear energy pact. The company's announcing a plan that would restart a nuclear power plant in Iowa, primarily to supply Google data centers. The Duane Arnold Energy Center is expected to start delivering power by 2029, following agreements with Google. According to a statement, the 615-megawatt plant shut down in 2020, well before the AI boom that has now stoked demand for new power sources. Indiana Republican Governor Mike Braun is calling for a special session in his state, directing lawmakers to redraw the state's congressional districts, joining an increasing number of states doing the same thing. Braun's call expands what's become a national fight over redistricting. Of course, President Trump wants Republicans to maintain control of the U.S. House of Representatives. Democrats in several states are trying to offset that maneuver with their own redrawn maps. Republicans hold a supermajority in both chambers of the Indiana state legislature, making it likely the only 2 Democrats in its congressional delegation will be targeted. And more than 160,000 voters have already gone to the polls in New York City, shattering records as early voting began over the weekend, with Zoran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, and Curtis Sliwa battling it out in the final days of this campaign. Mamdani got a big boost from Democratic firebrands like Bernie Sanders and AOC as thousands of ralliers reveled in the campaign glow of Mamdani's closing message.
Oligarchs of New York are the wealthiest people in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. They do not want the equation to change.
Joining me now with their reaction to this story and more is this evening's political panel, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Democratic analyst Jeannie Sheehan-Zaino, Democracy Visiting Fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Jeannie is here with Republican strategist Matt Gorman, Chief Communications Officer at Targeted Victory. Matt, let me start with you and just get your perspective on what we're seeing unfold in New York. Andrew Cuomo making a run at it here, but the event last night, 13,000 people showed up at Forest Hills Stadium. What do you, as a Republican, kind of take from that, the level of enthusiasm that he's been able to capture here over the course of this campaign?
I'm glad I'm not living in New York City, I'll put it that way. Look,
we would love to have you there, I must say.
No, look, the time for Cuomo to mount any sort of effort would have been about 2-3 months ago when this actually mattered. I think it is far too late to do any meaningful change. My only question really is if Mamdani gets to 50% or not. But look, I think you're seeing an energy in the Democratic Party that Bernie had in 16 and in 20, and being carried on through Mamdani and AOC, who knows, maybe in 2028 as well. That's where the energy and at least the money and power for the left is.
What he's really seized on is this issue of affordability.
Yeah.
And how do Republicans respond to that? Let's say not in New York, but outside of New York. If that's going to be kind of a resonant message of Republicans going forward here, how do Republicans respond?
Well, I think he provides, a good kind of totem, if you will, or an example that we can point to over the next year or so of, look, we understand cost of living is an issue, certainly during the Biden years, but, do you want to have, free busing and all of this stuff by simply taxing people into oblivion? And eventually you start running out of other people's money. I think you're going to see a lot more of him in midterms ads that Republicans can use as a cudgel.
Jeannie, is that going to be effective? I mean, I look at that stage there. You have, again, AOC, Senator Sanders, who have been held up by this movement for a very long time here. Is he now the third person in that trifecta? Sort of, what's his role going to be here going forward? What's the longer-term ramifications of this race going to be for Democrats?
Yeah, I think a lot of us look at the New York City race, obviously Virginia, New Jersey governor races as precursors to what we may see going forward. I think we have to hesitate a little bit about that. You and I both live in New York, yes, David. We know that it is not representative of the entire nation, but I think it does speak, and the energy that Matt was just talking about, it does speak to the fact that not just on the far left, but Democrats broadly, Republicans broadly, they want these critical issues addressed. Cost of living, healthcare. I mean, we are talking about people next week receiving letters that their healthcare is going to quadruple. I mean, that is a stunning number. And so I think he is on to that. And I think he also has this authenticity thing down.
Will he be the face of the party? Will Republicans be able or effective in doing that, do you think?
It's a big party. It can be multi-faced. Is that a word?
Multi-faced, multifaceted. There you go.
Abigail Spanberger, right? Mikey Sherrill. We can't just have one person, but I think Republicans are going to try. I think Donald Trump is holding his fire until this election
Until the election is concluded.
And then it's going to be socialist, communist, Democrats all over.
Okay. Matt, let me ask you about the news we've been tracking out of Asia, and we had this deal, this framework agreement that was reached by the Treasury Secretary and his counterparts on the Chinese side. He had an exchange with Martha Raddatz on This Week on ABC. He said, I was surprised me. He says he's a soybean farmer. I was surprised in the area. What do you make of that? And like, this has been an issue where I think there's been some suggestion that this might be the thing that opens up these shutdown talks, that you have farmers who are really struggling here. Absent that, is that a hindrance to these being resolved?
I think a couple things. Well, first thing, when it comes to soybeans, I am actually more bullish on a smaller deal related to agriculture around China. We'll see if the trade agreement that's more broad-based comes to pass.
So you're saying take a measured approach when you think about how this is going to go on
Thursday. Yes, at the very least, we'll come out of this with something, I believe, on soybeans, agriculture, a small win at the very, very least. When it comes to the shutdown, I think the most important thing out of the day was the Federal Employees Union coming out with a big statement this morning relating to calling on Democrats to kind of end this. And I think you even saw Dick Durbin didn't change his position, but he was a little bit more measured and when he was addressed with this statement in news conferences today.
I've referenced this earlier, but Lisa Murkowski up on Capitol Hill saying we have to stay here, we have to forego payments, we have to talk with one another. That seems like an even higher hurdle for a lot of these lawmakers to mount.
Sure, I'm happy to talk about it. Reopen the government first. It was the same thing we felt when Ted Cruz and Republicans shut down the government in 2013. We'll talk about it. We'll negotiate, but you got to pass the clean CR, reopen the government.
Jeannie, sticking with trade here for a moment. Yes, there's been this success. You can debate how large a success it is in Asia, but you look at what's going on between the U.S. and Canada. I watched the second game of the World Series and saw this ad that clearly got in the crawl of President Trump. What do you make of this continuing, this kind of confusing and disorienting back and forth between the U.S. and Canada, the neighbor to the north?
It really gives lie to what Donald Trump has said. I mean, he is going to the Supreme Court right now and saying he has to have the power to impose these tariffs because it's an emergency. Well, what that emergency turned out to be over the weekend was an advertisement featuring Ronald Reagan that he didn't like, and so now he's raised those tariffs 10%. You know, the raising of tariffs belongs to Congress. That is their job. They raise revenue. All revenue starts in the House. That's Article 1. So I think this is very problematic and sort of encompasses the problem with his tariff regime overall, which is Ronald Reagan's point at that time was, if you're going to do it, it should be limited, it should be targeted, it should not be a worldwide tariff regime against our allies.
Matt, let me have you respond to this, because you read that Truth Social post from the president, and what he's saying is the Canadians, or I guess the Ontario premier, was trying to influence the Supreme Court. Picking up what Jeannie said, doesn't seem like a very salient national security argument, if anything, kind of blowing a hole in the argument that you have the administration trying to make here before the court in a few days.
I'm bearish on the idea that IEEPA, which is the basis for these tariffs, is going to be overturned by the Supreme Court, because that would also undo not just a tariff authority, but say Iranian sanctions, Russian sanction authority that we've had for 40, 45 years. I will say this, though, and Gina and I were talking about this before. I advise a lot of corporate clients that have work around to the administration. You have to be so careful. You cannot, if you're in high stakes, tense negotiations with the president, you can't have some outside quasi-government force then bombing. I've seen unconfirmed reports, $53 million of advertising on this. You have to be buttoned up. You have to go in this with a plan. Stray kind of things on the outside can only hurt you. You have to be very, very careful.
Jeannie, let me ask you lastly here, maybe picking up on that, sort of what are companies to do trying to navigate this world?
It is so difficult. I mean, as Matt said, we were just talking about this. I do a lot of political risk teaching, and how you manage risk in this environment. I can't tell you how many people ask, what is going to happen? And of course, we don't know. So the answer is you have to do the best you can to protect what's most valuable to you and to try to have a plan. God forbid something goes awry. And on the point of that ad, of course, it's certainly what the Prime Minister of Canada has been trying to do, is to manage the risk of this ad that came out of Ontario.
Just a couple seconds left, but what are you watching for on Thursday in terms of an outcome from these talks? You said you're kind of a measured perspective on it.
I think at the very least we're going to get something on soybeans, agriculture. If we can get a bigger deal, great. I think at the very least you'll leave something with something that Trump can say is a win, and we see that with corporations too.
You want to respond to that as well? What are you watching for here on Thursday?
Yeah, I think we'll get a deal on soybeans now that we know that Scott Besson is a soybean farmer. Who knew?
Noted soybean farmer Scott Besant of South Carolina, the gentleman from South Carolina. Thanks to both of you. Really appreciate it. Matt Gorman joining me here on set in Washington, D.C. Gina Scienzano as well. To learn more about all these stories and more, make sure to check out the Washington Edition newsletter on the terminal and online. And, of course, our coverage of the president's trip to Asia continues. We'll have coverage through the night into tomorrow as President Trump is scheduled to meet with the Prime Minister of Japan before he makes his way to South Korea for that pivotal meeting we were just discussing between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. Thank you for joining us on Balance of Power. I'm David Gura, and this is Bloomberg. We'll see you tomorrow.